Welcome, everyone. Tonight, we are doing something simple but powerful. You are not just going to sleep. You are going to grow. The title of this journey is Sleep and Learn. Think about this. Every day, you try to improve your English. You study, you listen, you practice. But what if your learning could continue even while your eyes are closed? What if your mind could gently absorb words, sounds, and sentences while your body rests? As you lie down and relax, your brain does not completely stop. It still listens, it still processes, it still remembers. And in these quiet hours, your mind becomes calm and open. There is no pressure, no fear, no stress, only soft learning. This video is designed to guide you through 5 peaceful hours of English. Slow sentences, clear pronunciation, natural rhythm. You do not need to repeat. You do not need to write. Just listen. Just breathe. Just rest. And while you sleep, your ears become familiar with English sounds. Your brain builds patterns. Your confidence grows quietly. So close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Let your body relax. Tonight, you are not wasting time. Tonight, you sleep and learn. You've opened many videos before, but this one is different. This lesson is not random. It can change your English journey forever. Stay tuned. Welcome, everyone. If you've been trying to speak English for a long time, if you understand the words but still stay silent when it's time to speak. Think about those moments when someone asks you a question in English and suddenly your heart races, your mouth freezes, and your confidence disappears. If you feel shy, nervous, or unsure about your voice, then I want to tell you something from my heart. Something very important today. It's not your fault. You've been learning English the wrong way because nobody told you the truth. Nobody told you how fluency really works. Nobody told you that fluency doesn't live in your brain. Fluency lives in your mouth. Yes, your mouth. And that changes everything forever. When a singer practices, they don't read about singing. They sing every day, loudly, with feeling. That's the only way to find their voice. When a dancer wants to improve, they don't study moves. They move their body again and again. Movement builds confidence, not silent studying. And when a baby learns to talk, they don't study grammar. They just repeat sounds, copy voices, and train their mouth without hesitation or fear. So why are you still treating English like a school subject? Why are you studying it silently instead of speaking it every single day? In this video, I will show you the truth. I will teach you something no teacher ever taught you in the classroom or in books. I will give you a mouth training routine that can transform your English, even if you're a complete beginner. It's simple, powerful, and life-changing. If you do it daily, it will change everything. This is not just about English. This is about confidence. This is about freedom, about identity. This is about giving your voice back. So listen carefully till the end. Speak with me. Feel every word with energy and belief. And if you want more powerful videos like this, don't forget to subscribe to 24/7 English right now, because we are building something bigger. We are not just building a YouTube channel. We are building a revolution for English learners all over the world, a movement of powerful voices. Let's begin. Part 1. The Big Truth. Fluency lives in your mouth, not in your mind. That's the reality most learners never realize. You've probably heard people say, "I understand English, but I can't speak. Words are in my mind, but I can't say them confidently aloud. I know what I want to say, but my mouth freezes." Let me tell you why this happens and why it's not your personal weakness. It's not because you're not smart. It's not because your memory is bad. It's not because you didn't study enough or try hard enough. It's because you've never trained your mouth to speak English. Think about this. Real fluency needs your body, not just your memory or books. A singer who knows all the lyrics but never practices singing them out loud. Can she perform fluently on stage in front of everyone? Number a football player who only watches YouTube videos but never runs, kicks, or plays the game. Will he ever become a champion? Never possible. Now, think about you. You've read grammar rules. You've learned vocabulary. You've watched English videos. But how many minutes do you speak daily? How many minutes a day do you train your mouth to speak English out loud without fear, without shame, without holding yourself back? Probably very little. And that's the problem. Your brain learns English, but your mouth delivers it. That's why your speaking still feels stuck. Let me explain something powerful. Your brain stores the words. Your brain understands the sentences. Your brain listens, reads, and remembers them. But your brain is not the speaker. Your mouth is. And that's why this journey requires a physical habit, not just mental study. So when your brain says, "I know what I want to say," and your mouth says, "But I've never said it before," conflict begins. That's when the problem happens. That's when the silence begins. That's when fear takes control. That's when you start feeling frustrated and stuck, even though you've learned so much. English is not just a language. It's a physical skill. Just like music, just like dance, just like driving. English speaking is a physical habit. It lives in your lips, tongue, breath, voice, and confidence. That's where fluency grows and becomes natural. You can only build that habit by repeating, speaking, practicing out loud. That's why we call it mouth training. That's the gym for fluency. It's like going to the gym not for your body, but for your English. Every repetition builds strength, rhythm, and confidence in your voice. Every sentence you speak is a repetition. Every tongue twister is a drill. Every new word you say out loud is muscle memory forever. You've probably seen this happen. You watch a YouTube video in English. You understand everything. But when someone asks, you suddenly freeze and panic. You don't know how to say it. Why? Because you never practiced using your mouth to express the message. Your brain was full, but your mouth empty. Now think of a better approach. You watch the video. You pause every 30 seconds. You repeat the sentence out loud with rhythm and power. You speak it again and again. Now you've trained the mouth. Now your words flow. Now you're not just learning English, you are living it. The reason you still can't speak is not because you're bad at English. It's because you've been silent for too long in daily life. But silence is not your natural state. You were born to speak. You were born with a voice. You just need to bring it back again. You need to practice, not silently, but with your mouth. That's the transformation. That's the start of fluency. That's the real revolution for you. Part 2. The daily mouth training routine. The fluency gym that works. What is mouth training? Let's break it down step by step together. Mouth training means this. You don't just listen to English. You don't just read English. You move your mouth again and again with courage. Like an athlete, like a singer, like a speaker. You build rhythm through daily movement. It's not passive study. It's active speaking. It's about speaking aloud, repeating with rhythm, stretching your sentences, feeling your voice, and making your mouth comfortable with English sounds every day. This is how muscle memory builds fluency. This is how you go from thinking in English to speaking in English without hesitation or fear. The routine, 5 simple exercises, just 10 minutes a day. You don't need a teacher. You don't need a partner. You just need yourself. You don't even need confidence. You just need 10 minutes and your mouth. No excuses. 10 minutes can transform your fluency forever, starting today. You can do this in the mirror, in your room, while walking, before sleeping, after brushing your teeth, wherever you are, anytime you choose. But do it every day, and speak with emotion. Speak like you believe the words matter. That's how fluency turns into a real habit. Now let me give you the exact steps. Exercise 1, the stretch. Duration 2 minutes. Purpose, warm up your lips, jaw, and breath naturally. This is your speaking yoga. You loosen the tension and get your mouth ready for English flow. Relaxation leads to confidence in communication. Stand in front of a mirror. Look at your face. Breathe deeply. Focus on your presence. Now say these lines slowly and clearly with energy. I am here. I can speak. I don't need to be perfect. I need to be free. Speak those words like truth. My English doesn't need permission. It just needs practice. Repeat 3 times with sincerity. Each repetition makes your brain and mouth believe this message. Why this works. You're giving your mouth and your mind a signal. It's time to speak. Now you switch from student to speaker. It doesn't matter how simple the sentences are. What matters is how you say them. Slow, intentional, meaningful. Let every word carry weight today. Say them slowly. Say them with breath. Say them like they matter, because this is not grammar. This is your new identity, your voice. Exercise 2, the drill. Duration 2 minutes. Purpose. Train your lips, tongue, and speed with similar sounding words. Think of it as muscle training. This is like going to the fluency gym. You repeat power word clusters until your mouth becomes faster, smoother, and stronger with repetition. Say these words 3 times, increasing speed with each round. Set 1, B and P cluster. Better, butter, batter, bitter, bottom, bitterly, paper, pepper, proper, pretty, perfect, purpose. Set 2, C and K cluster. Coffee, copy, company, common, commit, comment. Set 3, R cluster. Run, right, really, ready, road, rule, roll. Take a deep breath between each set. Then say, I can say this clearly. I can say this faster. I can say this freely. Feel the words flow. Feel your muscles unlocking. You are not just repeating. You're programming your voice for fluency. Why this works. When your mouth gets comfortable with speed and sound, your brain starts trusting it. Confidence begins when body and mind connect. This is muscle memory in action. At first it feels strange. After 1 week, it feels like a song. After 1 month, it's natural. Exercise 3, the tongue twister challenge. Duration 2 minutes. Purpose. Improve clarity, sharpness, and confidence with tricky phrases. Push your limits and grow stronger. This is the ultimate test of your tongue and lips. Tongue twisters are fun, difficult, and powerful. They make real English feel easy later. Start slowly, then faster again. Tongue twister 1. She sells seashells on the seashore. Repeat with energy, not fear. Push through mistakes. Tongue twister 2. 30 thirsty thinkers thought thrilling thoughts. Let the rhythm carry you. Tongue twister 3. Red lorry, yellow lorry, red lorry, yellow lorry. Now say, if I can say this, I can say anything. I'm not afraid of fast words. My mouth is growing stronger. Every day, your voice transforms. When you train hard, everything else becomes easy. Tongue twisters overtrain your muscles, preparing you for real speaking moments. So when you speak normal English, you feel fast, free, and smooth. That's the power of daily muscle practice, the hidden gift of repetition. Exercise 4, sentence stretching. Duration 2 minutes. Purpose. Turn small words into long, fluent, confident sentences. Fluency is expansion, not just speed. Fluent people don't just speak fast. They expand their thoughts. They stretch a simple sentence into a natural flow, making speech feel alive. You will now practice stretching your sentence like an elastic band. Start with this. Then stretch slowly into meaningful sentences without stopping. I want. I want to speak. I want to speak better. I want to speak better English. I want to speak better English every day. I want to speak better English every day with confidence. Breathe deeply as you expand sentences. Now do the same with these. He is learning. He is learning English. He is learning English at home by speaking daily. Next, we practice together. We practice together because we want to grow. We practice together because we want to grow and succeed in life. Why this works. You are training your brain to think in full English, not broken fragments. You start producing speech that feels natural. This builds grammar confidence, speaking fluency, and natural expression. It also helps your speaking mouth finally match your thinking mind in rhythm and speed. Exercise 5, your identity voice. Duration 2 minutes. Purpose, build fluency with emotion, belief, and power. This is the most important transformation. You speak not as a student, but as the English speaker you are becoming. You say it with emotion. You say it with truth. Stand up. Look in the mirror. Say these lines clearly and powerfully. I am an English speaker. I don't wait for perfection. I practice. I don't fear mistakes. I welcome them. I speak English with my voice, my feeling, and my power. Speak with certainty. I am becoming fluent, not one day, but every day. My voice matters. My words matter. My story matters. Believe it. Repeat it. Why this works. Fluency is not just a skill, it's an identity. When you say these sentences, you're shaping your future self daily. You are training your voice, your mindset, your emotion, your purpose. This is how you live in English, not just study it silently. Now you've learned all 5 exercises. Let's repeat them quickly for clarity. Stretch, drill, tongue twisters, sentence stretching, and identity voice. That's your toolkit. The stretch warms up your voice and breath. The drill trains your lips and tongue for speed. Tongue twisters build clarity and sharpness effectively. Sentence stretching grows fluency and sentence flow. Identity voice builds belief and confidence. Together, they form a powerful 10-minute fluency transformation routine. Do this full routine every day for 7 days. Even just 10 minutes a day, your mouth will feel different, stronger, and freer. Your voice will feel stronger. Your words will come faster. Your fear will begin to disappear. Every sentence spoken is progress, proof, and power, because you are not just learning English. You are speaking it. You are living it. You are becoming the fluent version of yourself. Part 3. Why this mouth training works. The hidden power you never learned. This is the secret no classroom ever told you before. You've probably seen this. A student gets good marks in English exams. They can read a newspaper. They can understand English movies with ease. But when someone asks a simple question like, "Can you tell me about yourself?" they freeze. They stay quiet. They suddenly forget everything. This is the painful reality of millions of English learners. They have English in their brain, but they can't use it with their mouth. Why? Because no one told them what I'm about to tell you now. This truth will change the way you see learning. Let me explain this with a very simple idea. There are 2 types of memory, one in your brain, one in your body. One, mental memory stored in your brain. It helps you remember vocabulary or grammar rules. You can write it, read it, or think about it. 2, muscle memory stored in your body. It helps you do things automatically, like riding a bicycle, swimming, dancing, typing, or singing without thinking. You can't learn this by reading, only by doing it again and again. Repetition builds the reflex that makes you move or speak naturally. Now, think about this. Speaking English fluently is not a brain memory. It is a muscle memory built in your mouth daily. And just like you cannot learn dancing by reading a book, you cannot speak English fluently just by studying. You need physical repetition. You need to speak it, train it, repeat it, and live it with your own voice. That's where real fluency is born. That's why mouth training works. That's why this method is different from everything you've tried before. It targets your voice, not just knowledge. Let's look at 2 people learning English. Person A, the smart student. They know 1,000 words. Their notebook is full of grammar rules. They understand English TV shows, but they never speak out loud. They are scared of mistakes. When it's time to speak, they freeze completely. They say, "I know the word. I just can't say it." Why? Because they have brain knowledge. but no mouth experience at all. Now meet person B, the slow beginner. They know only 100 words, but they speak those words every single day without waiting for perfection. They talk to themselves. They speak in front of the mirror. They stretch sentences. They practice the mouth training exercises consistently without excuses. After 1 month, this person speaks with more confidence and fluency than person A. Why? Because fluency is about training, not just knowing. Think about music. A piano player doesn't become great by studying music theory. They become great by playing the piano daily, even imperfectly. Even if they make mistakes, they keep playing. Their fingers start moving automatically. They don't have to think. Their muscles remember the patterns naturally. The same is true for you. If you want to speak English, you must train your lips, your jaw, your breath, and rhythm. Do it every day. That's how fluency grows. Not through memorization, but through repetition. Your body learns the flow of English speech. Let me tell you about Sarah. Sarah was from a small town. She never went to an English-speaking school. She only studied books. She understood English, but never had the courage to speak it. Every time she tried, her voice shook. She felt small, weak, and embarrassed. One day, she watched a video just like this one. It said, "Start with your mouth. Don't wait for confidence. Build it with repetition." Sarah was scared, but she decided to try. Every morning, she stood in front of the mirror. She said simple sentences out loud. She whispered to herself at night. She did the mouth routine daily, even when it felt strange. She didn't stop when it felt uncomfortable. In the beginning, it was awkward, but after 1 week, she felt different. After 2 weeks, she recorded her own voice with pride. After 1 month, she did her first live video call in English. Not perfect, but fluent. Not fast, but fearless and alive. And now she teaches others, all because she stopped waiting for fluency to come from her brain and started building it with her mouth. Why do most people stay silent forever? Here's the sad truth. Most English learners are waiting. They're always delaying, always postponing fluency. They say things like, "I'll speak when I feel ready. I'll start when I know more vocabulary. I'll talk when I'm perfect." But the truth is, you will never feel ready. Fluency doesn't come to you. You go to it. You build it with practice. You train for it. You speak for it. You sweat for it. You repeat it again and again until it becomes natural. Just like you train your body in the gym, you train your mouth to speak. That's the only way fluency becomes permanent. Let's break it down clearly. Problem: brain full, mouth empty. Most learners keep studying silently, but this method builds real speaking power daily. Fear of mistakes. Learners stay quiet. This method encourages repetition plus confidence. Vocabulary but no fluency. Others wait to speak. Here you speak. Now traditional learning creates passive learners. They listen only. This method creates active speakers. Confidence missing. This builds identity through voice. Your brain can't lead this journey. Your mouth has to. If you wait for your brain to feel fluent, you'll wait forever. But if you train your mouth to move, even with small, simple words, you'll feel confidence. You'll feel growth. You'll feel transformation. You'll start thinking in English, because the more you speak, the more your brain starts working with your mouth. They finally become a team. That's fluency, the mind-mouth connection. Think about this flow. Thought arrow idea in English, arrow mouth arrow. Spoken words arrow. Someone hears you arrow communication. If you never train your mouth, this flow breaks down. Your thoughts stay stuck inside. Your mouth doesn't know how to deliver them. You stay silent. But when you train your mouth, thoughts flow naturally. Sentences come automatically. You don't need to translate every word anymore. You just speak with rhythm, feeling, and ease. This is how you build speaking confidence that no one can take away from you. Fluency is not a gift, it's a habit. You are not bad at English, you are just untrained in the art of speaking. And now you have the training. You have the method. You have the routine. All you need is the daily practice, the daily choice. Do it every day. Do it even when you're tired. Do it even if you feel silly or unmotivated. Do it anyway, because every sentence you speak out loud, every repetition you do, every whisper you make at night builds a voice the world will hear. Part 4. The 7-Day Mouth Training Challenge. Let's be honest. Watching this video is not enough. Feeling motivated is not enough. You need action. Even understanding everything is not enough. The only thing that will change your fluency is action. Not once, but repeated daily emotional practice. So, in this part, I will give you a 7-day challenge that will change your speaking level forever, no matter where you begin. And no, you don't need expensive classes, a speaking partner, a fancy teacher, a perfect accent, or even confidence. You need only yourself. All you need is your voice, your time, your decision, and 10 minutes a day. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Are you ready? Let's go. Day 1. Start speaking even if it's ugly. Mindset. I will speak even if I make mistakes. Today's goal is simple. Just open your mouth and speak. No fear, no shame, no hesitation. Speak what you know with honesty. Say your name. Say what you want to learn. Say why you're doing this. Keep it real. Don't overthink. Just say it. Repeat these identity statements. I don't wait for perfect English. I speak what I know. Mistakes don't stop me. Silence does. I speak today, not someday. Today's 10-minute mission. Do the full 5-step mouth training routine. Record your voice if you can. Even 30 seconds is powerful progress. You are not performing. You are starting. That's the key. Don't wait to feel ready. Action itself makes you ready. Begin now, imperfectly. Day 2. Speak what you see. Mindset. My world is my practice zone. Everything around me can be turned into English-speaking practice. Today, practice describing things around you in English. Your room, your phone, your mirror, your clothes. Speak without worrying about grammar. Just express. Examples. This is my phone. I use it to learn. I watch English videos on this phone every night before I sleep. I am wearing a blue shirt. I like it. I bought it last month. It makes me feel good. Speak naturally. 10-minute mission. Full mouth training routine plus speak 5 things around you. Use real objects. Talk to them like friends. Bring them to life. Why this works. You connect English with your real life, not grammar books. Your daily world becomes your classroom. Everything becomes practice material. Day 3, speak what you feel. Mindset. Fluency means emotion, not just words. Today, you'll learn to connect English with your feelings, your inner truth. What are you feeling right now? Happy, nervous, excited, scared? Speak it out loud. Give your emotions a voice in English today. Examples. I feel nervous, but I'm doing this anyway because I want to grow. I feel proud. I finished 2 days of practice. I never thought I could do a 10-minute mission, but here I am speaking. That alone is proof of courage and progress. 10-minute mission, full mouth routine, plus 3 emotional sentences out loud. Say them with energy, with breath, with truth. Don't hold back your feelings. This trains both your mouth and your heart. Why this works? Real fluency is not about perfect grammar. It's about saying what's inside you with freedom. Day 4. Tell a short story. Mindset. Every voice has a story, and mine matters. Your stories carry weight. They deserve to be spoken. Today, you will speak one short story from your life. It can be small, a memory, a funny mistake, or a happy moment. Even if it's just 4 to 5 sentences, speak it. Stretch your sentences. Add emotion. Speak like someone listening truly cares about it. Example. Last year, I tried to speak English with a tourist. I said something wrong. We both laughed, but I felt proud. I tried. I spoke. That moment changed something in me. I realized mistakes don't kill fluency, they create it. That memory gave me power. 10-minute mission. Mouth routine plus 1 short personal story. Speak it out loud, not in your mind. Why this works? Why this works? This builds fluency, identity, and story confidence. Day 5. Practice in front of the mirror. Mindset. If I can speak to myself, I can speak to the world. Courage begins here. Today, go to a mirror. Look at your face. Speak to yourself like a coach. Encourage yourself. Build strength with your reflection. Say, you are strong, you are learning, you are growing, you are becoming fluent. This practice changes your mindset and self-perception completely. 10-minute mission. Mouth training routine plus mirror pep talk. Optional. Add facial expressions. Use hands. Speak with energy. Treat yourself as your best student. Why this is powerful. It builds body plus voice connection. You see yourself as a speaker. Fear weakens. Confidence rises. Identity begins to shift. Actors, leaders, TED speakers, all use the mirror for practice. And today, you are one of them. You step into your speaker identity with power. Day 6. Repeat and stretch. Mindset. Repetition creates rhythm. Rhythm creates fluency. Fluency lives in habit, not in newness. Today, You reinforce your progress. Go back to any sentence from day 1 to 5 and repeat it. Then stretch it into longer, fuller sentences with deeper meaning. Example: I am learning English. Stretch it to: I am learning English every day. I started this challenge to speak better and feel stronger. Stretch further: I want to speak fluently because I want to grow in my life. Each repetition makes the sentence feel more natural and real. 10-minute mission. Mouth routine plus stretch 3 old sentences. Why this works? This is how children learn language. Repeat, expand, and own the words. Now you do the same. That's fluency in action. You're turning simple lines into powerful speech. Every sentence stretches your voice and your identity. Day 7, become who you speak. Mindset. I don't just speak English, I live it. This is not practice anymore. This is transformation. Today is your transformation day. You've trained your mouth for 6 days. You've spoken to yourself, your world, your feelings, and your future. Now, today, you declare who you are. Stand up, breathe deep. Speak these lines aloud with strength, with ownership, with certainty. I am an English speaker. I don't wait for confidence. I create it. I have trained my mouth. I have found my voice. This is not the end. This is my beginning. I speak. I grow. I live in English every day with freedom. Optional, but powerful. Record a short 30-second video. Say your name, where you're from, and what you learned in 7 days of speaking. You don't need to post it. Just keep it for yourself. Proof that you are becoming fluent. Evidence of your growth and courage. You just finished a 7-day mouth transformation. Maybe you made mistakes. Maybe your voice shook. Maybe you forgot words. Maybe you felt silly. But listen carefully. Every word you spoke gave power to your future. Every breath you took in English gave strength to your voice. Every second you spent practicing made you stronger than those who are still waiting. You didn't wait. You acted. You didn't hide. You spoke. You didn't give up. You grew. Now think what will happen if you do this not just 7 days, but 30 days straight. What about 90 days? Every day you train, you create a new version of yourself. That's not just fluency. That's transformation for life. Part 5. The mindset of a fluent speaker. Many people believe English fluency comes from studying grammar, learning vocabulary, watching videos, or reading books. But the truth is different. You can have all the grammar in the world and still stay silent. Knowledge doesn't always create expression. You can have a big vocabulary and still feel afraid. You can understand English movies and still avoid speaking when people are around you. Why? Because speaking is not just about your brain, it's about your beliefs. What you believe about yourself controls your fluency completely. If you believe, I am not good enough, people will laugh. I'm too old to learn. I'll never sound fluent. Then even the best methods in the world will not work because your belief blocks your mouth. Your fear silences your potential. But if you believe, I'm learning every day. Mistakes are proof of progress. My voice deserves space. Fluency is my right. Everything changes. Then you will speak. You will practice. You will grow. You will win. Belief fuels effort. Effort builds fluency. Confidence follows repetition and truth. I will no longer ask for permission to speak English. I will give it to myself. My right, my choice, my growth. You don't need a certificate. You don't need approval. You don't need someone to say, now you can speak. You need a decision that says, I speak, I practice, I grow every single day. That's where fluency begins, inside a firm decision. Let's talk about the invisible enemies of fluency, the thoughts and emotions that stop you from speaking even when you already know the words. Fear of judgment. You're afraid people will laugh, correct you, or think you sound silly. But truth, nobody becomes fluent by staying silent. Every fluent speaker you admire made mistakes, sounded bad, and kept going. They spoke through the fear. They grew because they didn't stop. You don't speak for other people. You speak for your future self. Every word today builds tomorrow's confidence. Fear doesn't decide. You do. Fear of mistakes. You want every sentence to be perfect, but perfect sentences come from imperfect practice. Broken English today equals fluent English tomorrow. Speak broken English. Speak slowly. Speak with pauses, but speak. Silence is the only true mistake. Action builds fluency. Perfection arrives later. Overthinking. You try to plan every sentence in your mind. You worry about grammar, tenses, accent, and by the time it's too late, you stay silent. But fluency is not a school test. It's a daily conversation with the world. You don't need perfect structure. You need freedom. You don't need to be fast. You need to be present. Fluency is rhythm, not grammar. Speak like you're connecting, not like you're calculating. Comparing yourself. You see others on Instagram, YouTube, or movies speaking fast and confident. You feel small, but remember, you are not them. You're you. You're not late. You're on your own journey. Every fluent person once stood where you are now. They just kept practicing. What matters is not who speaks better, but who practices more. Consistency beats talent. Daily repetition beats comparison. Your journey is your own. If you want to build fluency, you must protect your mind. Build beliefs that support your growth. Words follow beliefs. Mindset drives mouth. Here are 7 new beliefs to repeat, write, speak, and live every day. 7 rules for your new identity as a fluent speaker. Rule 1. I am not learning English. I am becoming English. Fluency is not about passing a test. It's about building an identity. You don't just study English. You live it, speak it, and grow with it. It's a lifestyle, not a subject. Speak to life. Rule 2. My mouth is my teacher. Your mouth trains your brain. Speaking creates memory. Repetition builds power. Every word spoken brings fluency closer. Rule 3. I speak first, I fix later. Speak with what you know. Mistakes are welcome. Perfection is the enemy of progress. Rule 4. Confidence is a muscle. You don't wait for confidence. You build it through small daily actions. Every word spoken strengthens your courage. Every time you speak, your confidence grows, even if nobody sees it. Confidence is invisible training earned in private, revealed in public moments. Rule 5. I compete only with yesterday's version of me. You don't need to sound like a native. You need to sound improved. Speak better than last week. That's progress. That's fluency. It's you against your old self, and you're winning with every sentence you speak. Rule 6. My voice has value. English is not just vocabulary, it's sharing thoughts, stories, feelings, and truth. Your story matters. Your words matter. Rule 7. Fluency is my right, not a luxury. You don't need wealth. You don't need America. You don't need perfection. You need voice. And you already have both, a mouth and a decision. That's all fluency demands. No excuses left. Just practice, belief, and consistency. Say these in front of the mirror. Whisper them before sleep. Repeat them until your brain starts believing. Transform belief into identity. Say, I am an English speaker. My fluency grows with practice. Mistakes don't make me weak. They make me real. They make me strong. Every sentence I speak builds my future. I no longer study English. I live it. Fluency is not a dream. It's my daily habit. My voice is becoming stronger every day. English is not hard. It just needs my voice. I don't wait for confidence. I create it. When you stop chasing perfection and start practicing freedom, everything changes. Fear weakens, nerves soften, sentences flow naturally, thoughts turn into words easily. You stop translating in your mind. You start thinking in English. You enjoy your progress. You speak with your full voice, free of fear, because now you're not learning from fear. You're learning from freedom. That's the difference. That's the breakthrough. That's where fluency finally becomes permanent. You've trained your mouth. You've completed the 7-day challenge. Now you've trained your mindset. You're no longer just a learner. You are a speaker. Speakers don't stay silent. Speakers don't wait. Speakers don't beg for fluency. They create it daily through repetition, identity, belief, and bravery. That's you now. From now on, every sentence you say, every mistake you make, every word you whisper, every repetition you do shapes the speaker you're becoming. Part 6. Don't let fluency die inside you. Why most people never become fluent. The answer is painful, but real. Let's talk honestly. It's not because they're lazy. It's not because they're not smart. It's not even because they don't know what to do or learn. It's because they stop. They pause. They wait. They let life get in the way. Slowly, their habit breaks, and their voice disappears. They lose momentum, and slowly, their voice disappears again. That's why so many people say, I tried to learn English, but I gave up. I was improving, but I lost my habit. I feel like I'm starting over again and again, never moving forward completely. And the saddest part, the fluency they could have built dies inside them. It never comes out. It never grows. It never lives. But that won't be you because this time, you're not going back. This time, you know fluency comes from consistency, not temporary motivation. Fluency doesn't come from one big moment. It doesn't come from a magic trick. It doesn't come from one powerful app or class. Fluency comes from what you do when nobody's watching, when it's just you and your voice. That's where the real growth lives. It comes from those 10 minutes before bed when you whisper sentences, that quiet walk when you describe what you see in English, that morning when you speak to your reflection, that lunch break when you repeat your identity phrases, that simple choice when you don't quit. Those small moments build your future voice. Fluency lives in those hidden minutes. Not perfection, not talent, but consistency every single day. Let me give you the real formula for lifelong English fluency in the simplest words possible. Speak every day. That's the golden rule. Even 5 minutes is enough, but make it daily. Consistency matters more than length. Your voice needs practice, not just theory or watching. Speak to yourself, whisper, repeat, but speak. Speak with emotion. Feel the words. Don't say them like a robot. Say them like truth. Say them like you believe them, like your future depends on them, because it does. Each word you speak shapes your identity. Use your life as your teacher. Talk about your day, your food, your memories. Don't wait for a lesson. Your life is the classroom. Repeat your identity daily. I am an English speaker, not just a student, not just a learner, a speaker, a voice with power. Don't break the chain. If you speak today, don't skip tomorrow. Build your fluency like a chain, strong, unbroken, impossible to forget. Create a small wall on your door, mirror, or notebook. Write this. Day 1, check mark. Day 2, check mark. Keep counting. Day 3, check mark. Day 4, check mark. Day 5, check mark. Day 6, day 7, day 8. Keep building. Keep recording progress. Day 10, day 30, day 100, day 365. Every mark is proof. Every mark is power. Every mark is fluency. Every time you speak, even for 1 minute, mark a check. That's your proof. That's your power. That's your path to real fluency. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be daily. Bad days will come. You will feel tired. You will doubt yourself. You will ask, am I improving? Is this working? Maybe I'm not good enough. Doubt will whisper loudly. Let me tell you exactly what to do in those moments. Speak anyway. Speak a small sentence. Speak one line of truth. Speak one identity phrase. Even 30 seconds is power. Even one repetition is progress. Speaking when tired builds fluency deeper than speaking when easy. Watch your own growth. Go back to your recordings. Listen to how you sounded last week. Notice the difference. Celebrate every small step. Remember who you're doing this for. Not for your teacher, not for school, not for YouTube. You're doing this for yourself, for your freedom, for your future, for your dreams. That's why you keep going. That's why you don't stop when doubt arrives. This is hard to hear, but it's true. If you stop using English, you don't just pause. You start losing fluency. You start forgetting. Your confidence fades. Your mouth stiffens. Your identity becomes quiet again. Silence grows stronger every day you don't speak. That's why this system is not a one-time plan. It's a lifestyle. Speaking is like breathing. You don't do it once, you live it. You don't need to speak for hours. You just need to train your voice, like your breath every day, every moment, without excuses. From now on, you don't speak English only when needed. You don't speak only during interviews or exams. You don't wait for listeners. You speak because you're a speaker. You speak because that's who you are. That's the lifestyle shift. That's how fluency becomes unstoppable. You are a fluent human in training. You're building the voice the world needs to hear. Every word shapes that voice. Every day matters. Use these prompts daily. Speak out loud, record, stretch, repeat. Daily practice transforms you. Examples. Today I feel. Right now I can see. I'm grateful for this week. I want to. One thing I love about my life is, my dream is. Simple prompts, big impact. When I speak English, I feel alive. I used to feel scared, but now I speak. Not because I'm perfect, but because I'm growing, because this is who I am becoming. These are not just exercises. These are anchors. They lock your identity as a fluent speaker. They make you fall in love with English again and again. They remind you this journey is not about grammar. It's about your voice. The final part is clear. If you don't speak, you vanish. Let me tell you something no book, app, or teacher admits. If you don't speak your truth, if you keep waiting for confidence, if you keep hiding behind grammar books, you disappear inside yourself. Not from the world, but from your own potential. Because deep inside, there's a version of you, fluent, free, confident, bold, unforgettable. But that version is locked inside your silence. And every day you don't speak, you tell that version, stay quiet. Not yet. Maybe someday. And slowly that version fades. Not because you're not smart, not because you're not strong, but because you waited too long to act. Fluency is not a natural gift. It's not talent. It's not personality. It's a choice. Every day you choose silence or you choose speech. Every single day you have two options. Stay quiet, stay safe, stay unsure, or speak, practice, grow. One road leads to regret, the other leads to power. And truthfully, there is no third road. You either train your mouth or lose your voice. That's the reality. You either build your fluency or you stay stuck forever. You either become a speaker or live as a prisoner inside your own silence. If you want real, permanent, unbreakable English fluency, then live by these 3 laws every day. These are the laws of speaking. Law number 1. If you don't speak, you shrink. Every day you avoid speaking, your confidence doesn't pause. It shrinks. It fades away. Your belief dies. Your rhythm dies. Your voice fades. The only way to grow is to speak. Even broken speech still builds strength. Even in pain, even when nervous, even if broken, speak anyway. Words don't need perfection, they need presence. Every attempt is growth. Law number 2. If you don't use it, you lose it. You may study English for years, but silence steals everything fast. If you don't use English, your words turn to dust in your mind. They disappear. You forget. You lose speed. You lose belief. Fluency is not a subject to memorize. It's a skill to protect. Like your body weakens without exercise, your English weakens without speaking. Law number 3. You are either building fluency or building fear. Every action builds something. Every choice today is training your future. You're either building confidence or building excuses. You're either building fluency or building fear. There is no neutral, no pause, no middle road. Every day you stay silent, your fear grows stronger. Every day you speak, even one sentence, your future becomes louder, braver, freer. Let me show you what fluency looks like when you don't stop. A timeline of transformation, small steps, but massive change ahead. Day 1. You feel awkward. You mumble. You repeat. Fear feels heavy, but you did it. You spoke. That's victory number 1 already. Day 3. You feel silly, but you keep going. Sentences are clumsy, but your courage is building. Speaking despite fear is power. Day 7. Your mouth moves faster. You say longer sentences. For the first time, English feels like music, not just memorized words. Day 14. You start talking while walking, cooking, working. English enters daily life. It feels normal. Your voice feels more natural, less forced. Day 21. You no longer need to translate. Words come directly. Sentences arrive by themselves. You start thinking in English with flow. Day 30. You explain your day in English without fear. Suddenly speaking doesn't feel like effort anymore. It feels like identity, like home. Day 60. You feel connected to English. You talk in your sleep. You even catch yourself whispering sentences naturally without planning. That's fluency. Day 90. You don't think English, you think in English. Your voice flows, fear fades. You finally realize you didn't learn. You became. That's the timeline. That's the process. Not magic, not luck, but daily training. 3 months of effort creates a lifetime of fluency. People can teach you, apps can show you, books can explain, but no one, not even me, can speak English for you. Only you can train your voice. Only you can build your fluency. Only you can create the speaker you want to become. And if you don't do it, no one will. No teacher can give you fluency. It must come from your voice. Most learners will watch hundreds of videos, save Instagram reels, buy grammar books, and say, "I'll start tomorrow." Then tomorrow never arrives. They stay silent. They stay trapped. They feel jealous of others. They feel frustrated in conversations. They lie awake asking, "Why not me?" But you watched until the end. You listened with your heart. You practiced with your mouth. You're not like the rest. You're ready. Every night before sleep, every morning before the world wakes, say this: my voice matters. I speak to become who I am. I speak because I refuse to die with my voice still inside me. I don't need permission. I need practice. I will speak. Even if I'm the only one listening, I will speak, because one day the world will listen. My fluency is unstoppable. If you remember nothing else, remember this truth. English fluency is not perfection. It's persistence, not knowledge, not talent, but daily practice. You don't need to speak like a native. You don't need a perfect accent. You don't need to impress. You just need to speak, show up, train, repeat, believe. Because your mouth is not just for eating or smiling or staying quiet. It is your freedom. And now it's time to use it. This is not theory. This is not advice. This is your turning point, your choice. If this video touched your heart, if it made you feel like you can finally speak, if it gave you a method, a mindset, and a mission, then don't keep it to yourself. Speak one line today. Tell us in the comments what part changed your life. Begin your 90-day voice challenge now. Don't just watch, act, and subscribe to 24/7 English if you want to build your fluency with power, peace, and purpose. This channel exists for your voice. This is not just a YouTube video. This is a movement. We're not here to impress you. We're here to wake you up. We're here to help you become the speaker the world has been waiting for. That's why 24/7 English exists. For your freedom, your future. Thank you for trusting us. Thank you for listening. But most of all, thank yourself for choosing to speak, to grow, to become fluent. Now go speak and never be silent again, because your fluency begins right now, not tomorrow, not someday, not later. Today, your voice begins. Remember, English fluency is not about being perfect. It's about being persistent, about showing up daily, practicing daily, and refusing to let silence win. Every sentence matters. Every whisper is progress. Every mistake is proof of growth. You are stronger than fear. You are ready for fluency. So what will you do today? Will you stay quiet, or will you start speaking? The choice is yours. Speak now. Begin now, because your mouth is the gateway to your freedom. Don't wait for perfect conditions. Don't wait for permission. Don't wait another year of silence. If you feel something inside you today, let it guide you. Speak one line. Record one word. That is how fluency begins. Your voice is too important to waste. Your story is too powerful to stay silent. And your fluency is too close to give up. So my final question, will you let fear decide, or will you let your voice rise? The answer is your destiny. Now it's your turn. What part of today's training hit you hardest? Share your thoughts in the comments. I want to hear your story. And if you're ready to build your voice step by step, don't just watch. Subscribe, like, and share this video with someone who needs hope. Because fluency is not just your dream. It's a gift you can inspire in others. Your courage could unlock another learner's future. So say it with me one last time. I am an English speaker. I don't wait. I practice. I grow. I speak. Now carry these words into your day. Carry them into your week. Carry them until they become your identity. That's how fluency becomes life. This is 24/7 English, and we believe in your voice. Keep speaking, keep growing, and never let silence win again. Your journey has begun. Introduction. Now, you may be thinking that learning English in 1 week is impossible, but with some hard work and practice, you can. This guide is your Bible to learning how to speak and understand basic phrases so that you can carry out a conversation. This guide will not make you sufficient in every area of the English language. This takes a lot of practice. but if you follow the exercises contained within this book, you will be on your way to basic fluency. This is a beginner's guide and is not meant to teach you advanced conversational techniques. English is a beautiful language. In fact, any language you decide to learn is a beautiful one. However, learning a brand new language is not always easy. Lucky for you, English is not considered to be the most difficult language. Now, if you decided to learn Chinese, that would take some time. With around 430 million people around the world speaking English, and these are only people with English as their first language, your decision to learn it is a good one. It is considered the universal language. English was brought to Britain from Germany and the Netherlands. It originated from West Germanic language and the Anglo-Fian dialect. It has gone through various phases of evolution. There are huge differences between Old English, Middle English, and Modern English. Middle English came about after the invasion of the German and the Normans. The language you are about to learn has a lot of German, Greek, Latin, Spanish, Hindi, French, and Old Norse, just to name a few. It is a mix of languages. A huge number of words have originated from Greek and Latin. This ebook is based on the assumption that you are an intermediate learner and can read English. You are here because you have been trying to learn the language but cannot speak it well or understand English speakers properly. I shall explain the fundamental principles governing the language and point out common mistakes that you should avoid. The end of each chapter will have an action you shall perform. Learning English involves listening, speaking, reading, and writing. There are 4 components essential to learning English. 1. Phonetics. Phonetics is a branch related to sound. Phology is a branch related to the systematic organization of sounds in the English language. Phone is the smallest unit making up a language. The English language consists of 41 phonemes. Phones combine to make up words, and syllables. According to Wikipedia, a phone can be described as the smallest contrastive linguistic unit that may bring about a change of meaning. Phonics is the method of teaching people to recognize different sounds. 3. Vocabulary development. Vocabulary is the body of words in any language. It is also the individual knowledge of words and their meanings and pronunciations. It is important to develop your vocabulary skills while learning a language. Of course, you are not expected to go through a dictionary in one day. It is a slow process. 4. Oral skills. Oral skills are your ability to speak a language fluently. This requires correct pronunciation and the use of grammar. Without development, oral skills learning a language would be utterly useless. Chapter 1. How to speak English fluently. Fluency is the ability to speak a language with ease, without any hiccups. Now, you must be wondering what I mean by without any hiccups. Do not take that literally. It is an idiom. An idiom is a group of words whose actual meaning is different from the literal meaning. Without any hiccups does not mean speaking a language without suffering from a bout of hiccups. What it means is speaking a language without stopping and stuttering and being unsure of how to use your words. Fluency means knowing how to use your words with ease and comfort. Fluency comes with practice. You cannot study every How to Speak English book and expect to be fluent in the language. Practice is a must. Also, if you think you read well and so you must be fluent as well, you are mistaken. Reading and speaking are very different. The thing with learning English is that you need not concentrate on the grammar while speaking. Concentrate on conversing. English is a weird language with a lot of loopholes. Practice. Practicing speaking in English is a must. You cannot learn how to speak fluently otherwise. The reason for this is the slang that has infiltrated the language and also the utter lack of regard for grammatical rules while speaking. However, if one starts using correct grammar by the book, English would sound extremely weird. Small talk. Learn how to begin a conversation. This will also grow your confidence. While standing in line, ask the person in front or behind you a simple question such as, "What time is it?" Try continuing with the conversation. If you have trouble understanding the person, politely ask them to repeat what they said. Normally, people say, "I'm sorry," but you could also say, "Pardon." Confidence. Practicing English speech will require confidence. During a social gathering, start small conversations. Do not hesitate to ask the person to repeat him or herself if you do not understand the meaning of a particular word or phrase. Ask them to clarify. Chances are they know you are in the learning process and would gladly help. Do not think that you can go home and open Google Translations and type in the word or phrase they used. This does not work. Also, do not feel embarrassed when somebody corrects you. You could also go to a karaoke bar. Our listening, reading, and speaking is not enough. Listen to how people speak, the pronunciations, and the way words are used. Watch TV, listen to songs, etc. This way, you are listening to other people speak and observe how they pronounce the words. Read books, read novels. Concentrate on the formation of the sentences. Novels have dialogues, a conversation between two people that you can use to your advantage. Notice how people speak. They do not pay attention to the grammar as much as they do to talking. Also, when you are reading, mark every unusual phrase or word and find out what it means. Incorporate new words into your vocabulary. Do not translate. Avoid translating what you hear or what you say. Translating a phrase from your mother tongue to English or vice versa will completely ruin the actual meaning of the phrase. It will also most likely be incorrect. Instead, use a dictionary. Study words and phrases. I've been using the term phrases a lot. You may know 1,000 words in the language, but putting them together and making an intelligible sentence could be difficult. This is because you are not concentrating on using the words. You are learning to speak fluently. You need to learn how to put words together into phrases and sentences. Idioms. Idioms are an essential part of the English language. You will find yourself dumbstruck if you do not understand idioms. You might hear somebody saying, "break a leg" to you before your English exam, and you would be baffled at why somebody would want you to break a leg. Break a leg is actually an idiom meaning best of luck or I hope you do well. Fluency in English requires the knowledge of idioms. Do not think of yourself as a student. To become fluent, Think of yourself as a person who can speak English. You will make mistakes, but these are the building blocks. As a student, you would probably find yourself studying grammar books. This is not important. To speak English properly, you do not need to study grammar books. You would also be wasting a lot of your time by reading these books. Recruit a friend as a mentor. An English-speaking friend is the perfect person to be with when learning the language. Surrounding yourself with people who can speak English fluently is important. You can ask a friend to help you along the way. Make it a point to talk in English, no matter how scattered it sounds. Ask friends and colleagues to correct you if you are wrong. Movies and songs. Build a library of English songs and movies. This works better than just reading or listening to others speak. Songs and movies stick to your mind. My Fair Lady is a good movie to watch since you are learning English. Think in English. Make it a point to think in English and not your mother tongue. Whenever you are talking to yourself or thinking, do it in English. This way, you will become more comfortable with the idea of speaking and learning the language. Record yourself. Every night before going to bed, record your day's events in an audio journal in English. You will find that you speak much better when you do not have to worry about embarrassing yourself in front of others. When you realize that you can speak reasonably well without stumbling around, your confidence will grow, and you will find yourself initiating conversations. Incorporate these points in your day-to-day life. Do it right now. Steps to start improving instantly. Step 1. Watch an English movie twice and concentrate on how a person speaks. Step 2. On a piece of paper, note down all idioms and colloquialisms you come across. Step 3. Look up their meanings. Step 4. Make your own sentences and try incorporating them in your everyday life. Chapter 2. Ways to leverage your English listening habits. The English language has a lot of slang, colloquialisms, and idioms. The only way to master these is by listening. Listen. Listening will improve your speaking capabilities hugely. You will learn the correct pronunciation, vocabulary, grammar, accent, and intonation. One can apply what you hear in your daily life. Make it a point to listen to the radio or TV while doing random chores. All human beings learn a language by listening. Make sure you watch a movie without subtitles. Singing is a great, fun way to improve your pronunciation. It can also develop fluency. Remember, developing your English listening skill is not only important to learn the language, it is also important because a person is not going to repeat himself over and over, waiting for you to understand. Watching a movie without subtitles will teach you how to keep up with what a person is saying. Role-playing also helps in improving speech. Watch an English movie that you are fond of over and over again till you understand it completely, and then enact the movie yourself. Repeat this exercise with another movie. This will not only improve your speech, it will also improve your ability to listen. Listening and repeating is the best way to learn a language. I know people who have learned a complete language perfectly just by watching the movies and listening to the songs. Of course, this works better if the language you are trying to learn is closer to your own native language. However, remember that English is a mix of a number of different languages. How to strengthen English listening habits. Now, in order to strengthen your English listening habits for an extra leverage, let us take a look at the 3 types of listening one must indulge into and further ways to improve your skills in each type. 1. Passive or inactive listening. Passive listening plays a dormant role in the communication process. The listener simply listens and absorbs the meaning of the language and is not expected to react or put his views across. As a foreign learner, passive listening allows you to acquaint the verbal form of speech and take time to assimilate what you listen. It is the most comfortable way of taking massive input. Here are some important aspects you can instill to maximize learning from passive listening. Focus on understanding each word in individual sense and in correlation with the constructed sentences. Do not deviate your concentration in putting emphasis on preconception of the context while listening. Rehearse and summarize in your mind what you comprehended from the speech as an aftermath. Take note on how vocabulary is used interchangeably to get a hand on varied ways of expressive ability. If possible, pen down the main frame of sentences in shorthand for further reference. Keep observation on the pauses used while conveying the emotion of the context. There are clause, sentence, and paragraph pauses in conversational speech in a rhythmic pattern which you must focus on while listening. English, as a foreign listener, at times the speech might sound out of your pace to absorb the meaning of it. Do not get intimidated with the volume of words and sentences while listening, as it might keep you from taking whatever input you can anyway. In case of listening live to a speaker, note the lip movement made while pronouncing the syllables, vowels, and consonants differently. Type 2. Extensive listening. Furthermore, and beyond specific information, extensive listening includes listening to long textual narratives, which in return builds the listener's stamina to take in more and more bulk of conversational language and understand the contextual reference in larger lengths. After listening to a particular audiobook on repetitive mode, you will observe that you are consciously picking up the pronunciation and can fairly summarize the meaning in portions. Extensive listening is a great self-tutoring method for learning second languages. While making extensive listening a habit, keep the following points in mind for exceptional learning. Use different mediums like English audiobooks, recordings, videos, entertainment pieces, musicals, debates, and dialogues for extracting a variety of accents, speech alterations, and genres of vocal English. To avoid hurtling up while listening extensively, pick a topic of interest and listen through till the end. Since mostly you can repeat and take a pause while listening to pre-recorded mediums, list down new words and phrases you come across, and look up the meaning of complex vocabulary to keep up with the flow of speech. One of the best ways to keep a log of different pronunciations while listening to voluminous text is to pen down the words as they sound. This will give you an edge on the phonic tone to understand what you listen better. Type 3. Responsive listening. In interpersonal communication, responsive listening is the half-kernel of the two-way process. Now, as a non-native learner, getting into the habit of responsive listening is a place where you are active as a listener as well as a speaker. Engaging yourself with this type of listening will build your grasping speed and make you spontaneous with the language. Once you start practicing it as a habit, you can further optimize listening through these elements. Responsive listening is a behavioral act. Keep the focal point on listening calmly rather than getting anxious about how you would frame your response. Ask the speaker to reiterate if you do not get the context clearly. It is always better and elucidating to seek clarification rather than responding in irrelevance. Take time to apprehend what you listen before jumping to a response. It is observed that very often people practice prejudice listening and neglect the minutes. As a settler to the foreign language, you must keep a flexible and open mind while listening so as to ingest the actual meaning of what is being spoken. Do it right now. Steps to start improving instantly. Step 1. Watch an English movie. Step 2. Make an honest list of all the words that you thought were pronounced in a different way. Step 3. By the end of the movie, if your list is small, your pronunciation is not so bad. However, if your list is long, you need to work on pronouncing those words. Step 4. If you are not sure about the pronunciation, use the help of internet tools or download a dictionary app on your phone to help correct yourself. Chapter 3. Easy methods for improving English reading skills. Learning how to read is an important part of learning English. It expands your vocabulary and gives you fluency. If you are in a country where English is the main language, you will not get by without learning how to read. Also, reading is substantially easier than speaking and writing or even listening. Remember to always read a book that is of your level. Do not get ambitious and read a book above your level, because that would involve words that you will not understand. Reading English can get downright weird. Why read and read have the same spelling but different meanings, as well as pronunciations? Read is pronounced as read, which is in present tense, while read is pronounced as read, which is in the past tense. A few steps for you to start improving your reading skills are explained below. Decide what you want to read. Preferably, you should stick to reading a book that is your level. Do not decide to read Wuthering Heights by Emily Bronte. You can do that when you have successfully mastered the language. That novel will not disappoint. You can read children's books, newspapers, comics, or anything else. Once you have decided, go pick up the books from the library or bookshop. Take it slow. Reading takes patience. Do not try rushing through the book or newspaper. Concentrate on every word that you read. If you do not understand a particular word or phrase, look it up in a dictionary or on Google. Do not proceed without understanding it completely. Reread. Rereading is a good exercise. You know how when you watch a movie for the second time, you pick out all the bits of information that you missed out on the first time you watched it? Rereading does the exact same thing. At times, while reading, a person phases out. That means he or she is reading, but not really concentrating or understanding. A second read makes everything clearer. A list of unfamiliar words. Make a list of all the new words you come across with their meaning. After you finish reading the text, go through this list and try using the words in your daily life. Read aloud. Read every few sentences or paragraphs out loud. Concentrate on your pronunciation. This will help in developing fluency while reading. Fluency in speech is not the only thing that is important. Summarize. Once you are done reading, summarize everything you read by either writing it down or by speaking out in front of friends and family. You could also do this by yourself in front of the mirror. Remember to do this in English. Do it right now. Steps to start improving instantly. Step 1. Pick an English book or topic over the internet of your interest. Step 2. Keep a dictionary, pen, and a paper alongside. Step 3. Scan, skim, and start reading the text out loud in a subtle speech. Step 4. Break the words that are difficult to pronounce at one go into sounds and speak in a connecting flow. If you don't know how that particular word sounds, refer to an audio dictionary and follow. E.g., anticipation equals anticipation. Step 5. Note down new phrases, words, and expressions you come across while reading and simultaneously take meaning from the dictionary. Step 6. On completion, review the topic in your head. Step 7. Note the estimated time you took to read the text, number of words read, and as a trend, try and speed up with every third time you read. Chapter 4. Simple techniques for memorizing extensive vocabulary, phrases, and idioms. The hardest part is memorizing all those new words. It has to be done, though. You cannot hope to master the language successfully without learning the words and phrases that make it up. The best way to expand your vocabulary and knowledge of idioms is through reading. Hence, making that list of new words is important. However, watching English movies will give you a bigger knowledge of idioms and phrases. Now, when you build your English vocabulary as well as your stock of phrases and idioms, you can disintegrate your learning into 2 levels. Fundamental level. There are 2,000 to 2,500 words which are called the foundation blocks of the English language. These words are not particularly listed, but comprise each first word for every meaning that you learn to the count. These include certain words like how, why, where, which are not replaceable by another word. For phrases and idioms, the cardinal ones will fall in the fundamental category. Extensive level. Every word, phrase, or idiom with similar or opposite meaning and intent as the fundamental ones will form the extensive list for more in-depth learning. Tips for expanding vocabulary. 1 word at a time. Do not try to learn the entire dictionary in a weekend. That will not do you any good. Start small. Once you find a new word, incorporate it in your daily use. Spend every spare minute reading. Read, read, and read. Books will expand your vocabulary to a large extent. Pay close attention to what you are reading. If you do not understand a word, use a dictionary to find its meaning. Context skills. Usually, while reading, it is easy to decipher the meaning of a word from the sentence it is used in, i.e., the context. In this sentence, you can figure out that the word decipher means to understand or convert into normal language. If you come across a word that you cannot completely understand, before turning to the dictionary, try figuring out what the word could mean. Then you can cross-check with the dictionary to see if you were right. This will build your context skills, and it is important in English because a lot of words are similar and pronounced in the same way. Some words even have the same spelling but mean something completely different. Practice. Of course, practice makes perfect. Use the new vocabulary you have, or you might forget it before you even get a chance to use it. After learning a word and understanding the context it is used in, make it a point to put that word in your sentences. Use the dictionary. I know I said do not learn the dictionary in a day, but skimming through it and picking out words that fascinate you is a good exercise. Learn these words and use them so you get used to the context they are used in. Play with words. Play games like Scrabble or Words with Friends or Ruzzle. These games can increase your vocabulary in a fun way. Ask friends to help you along the way. Since these games have a competitive twist, you intend to learn new words faster. Even Pictionary is a good game to learn new words since you are drawing the words out. The meaning of the word stays with you. Crosswords. Make it a point to do the crossword every day. They can be a little overwhelming, but with a little help, one can usually manage to complete the whole thing. They not only give you new words as you go through the thesaurus, but your general knowledge also expands. I think this is a brilliant exercise for learning a language. Write a journal. Start a written journal where you pen down your thoughts in English. This way, you can practice writing as well. Remember to use the words you learned that day. Listen. When others speak, listen. Observe how native English speakers use their words. Do not hesitate in asking what they mean if you don't understand something. When you learn to listen, you will also learn the usage of idioms, phrases, slang, and colloquialisms. This will make you more fluent as well as understandable. Associations. When you learn a new word, associate it with something so that you have an easier time recalling it later. It could be a color, a feeling, another word, or anything else. For example, quintessential, one of my favorite words, means the perfect example of something. You can associate it with your favorite dish, your favorite actress or actor, your parents. Use these associations to remember the word. Make a list of words. In a diary, keep with you a list of all the words you come across in a day. When you get home or in your free time, open a dictionary and find the meanings of each word you collected. Learn the roots. Make it a point to learn the roots of the words. This is an interesting way to remember the words. Mostly every word in English has roots in either Latin or Greek. It is fun to learn how the word came about. Languages keep evolving, so a word that meant something in the 17th century would not mean the same today. Use the word again. This point is so important that I am repeating it over and over again. If you do not use the words you learn, you will forget them. Learn to use the words. Make it a habit. Prefixes and suffixes. English has a lot of words that use prefixes and suffixes. A prefix is a word that is added before another word. A suffix, on the other hand, is a morphe that is added to the end of a word. Do it right now. Steps to start improving instantly. Step 1. Pick a subject or a noun. Step 2. Look for words and descriptive phrases in the dictionary which can describe or narrate about the subject. Step 3. Note down the relevant words with its meanings, synonyms, and antonyms. Step 4. Now, using those words, construct descriptive sentences about the subject and place phrases in the right sequence. Step 5. Repeat the process with other topics, objects, and nouns. Chapter 5. Some quick steps to learn English grammar. Grammar can be pesky and annoying. It is not easy to learn because there are so many rules that simply do not make sense. For example, the pronunciations of cat as cat and price as prize do not make sense. Grammar can be defined as a set of notions about the correct use of a language. English grammar is extensive. The words can be distinguished into nouns, pronouns, verbs, adjectives, adverbs, prepositions, and conjunctions. A little introduction into the basics of grammar is important so that you understand how things work. Nouns. In the simplest form, a noun is used to identify a name, place, animal, or thing. It is also the largest English word class. Noun phrases are sentences that function as nouns. For example, the Eiffel Tower is in Paris. Pronouns. Pronouns function in place of nouns and noun phrases. These include personal pronouns, interrogative pronouns, demonstrative pronouns, and relative pronouns. For example, I, you, we, she, he, they are all pronouns. For example, they stabbed him in the back. Verbs. Verbs describe actions. For example, she is singing. It is used for a word that describes any action being performed. Adjective. An adjective describes an attribute of a word or phrase. For example, she is singing beautifully. Adverb. An adverb is a word that modifies a verb, an adjective, or another adverb. For example, Seabiscuit was the fastest runner at the Derby. Conjunctions. A conjunction is a word that is used to connect two sentences. It creates a logical relation between two phrases. For example, and, or, but, nor, as well as, neither, for, so, etc., are called conjunctions. Preposition. A preposition is a word that shows the relation of a noun or pronoun to other words in the sentence. For example, the book is in the shelf. Speaking English is different from speaking correct English. For someone who has been speaking in English his or her entire life, grammar comes naturally. I know a lot of people who can speak English and get their point across, but their grammar is not that great. There are a few steps you can take to practice your grammar skills. Understand the parts of speech. Learn all the parts of speech. Essentially, every word in a sentence can be categorized into a word class. When you are reading a book or the newspaper, try figuring out which words are the nouns, verbs, adverbs, adjectives, pronouns, conjunctions, and prepositions. Look for structures. Observe how people use their words and how books are written. There are certain structures that stay the same. Identify mistakes. There are a lot of mistakes in the way English is spoken and written, even by native English speakers. However, when learning a new language, some words may be difficult for non-native speakers. This differs from language to language. For example, Russians have trouble understanding the difference between the use of a and the exercises. Perform grammatical exercises. You could do this on the internet, or you could buy a children's English school book. Complete at least one exercise in a day. This is how children learn grammar. There is no other way to do it. Hire a tutor. It would be advisable for you to hire a tutor to guide you. Only a tutor can tell you that you are wrong and correct your mistakes. Colleagues and friends might not correct you for fear of embarrassing you or hurting your feelings. Do not translate. Translating English to your native language or vice versa will inevitably create mistakes. Let your native language be and concentrate only on English. Translating generally spoils the grammar of the sentence. Listen. When you are listening, you are hearing correct grammar. You could either listen to yourself while reading aloud, or you could watch TV. Do it right now. Steps to start improving instantly. Step 1. Pick an English book or newspaper to read. Step 2. Keep a pen and paper with you, preferably a small notebook specifically for components of grammar. Step 3. While reading, go one paragraph at a time and note down the nouns, verbs, adjectives, and adverbs that you come across. Step 4. Try making your own sentences using these words. Step 5. Repeat the same process for the next paragraph. Chapter 6. Most used English vocabulary imperative to learn. English has an extensive vocabulary. It is loaded with homophones, homonyms, and homographs. Homonyms. Words with same spellings and pronunciations, but different meanings. Homophones. Words that sound similar but have different spellings and meanings. Homographs. Words that are spelled the same but have different pronunciations and meanings. Homophones. 1. Advise. Advise is a verb. For example, I advise you to bring bottled water. Advice. Advice is a noun. For example, I need your advice. 2. Affect. Affect is a verb which means to influence. For example, the injury won't affect her performance. Effect. Effect is a noun that means the outcome or result. When used as a verb, effect means to produce a result. For example, the song had a calming effect on the baby. 3. Allude. Allude is a verb meaning calling attention to indirectly. It is a coy. For example, the paintings allude to Rembrandt. Elude. Elude means to evade or get away from something. For example, Michael Scofield eluded the cops. 4. Allusion. An allusion is an indirect or casual reference. For example, the novel's title is an allusion to Shakespeare. Illusion. An illusion is a false idea or image. For example, the tension between illusion and reality. 5. All, used to refer to the whole quantity. For example, she left all her jewelry to her daughter. All. A small pointed tool used for piercing holes. For example, he used an awl to pierce the leather. 6. Amoral. Lacking a moral sense, unconcerned with the rightness or wrongness of something. For example, an amoral attitude to gender discrimination. Immoral. Immoral means violating conscience or public morality. For example, an immoral and unwinnable war. 7. Ark. Noah's Ark, or a vessel that serves as protection against extinction. For example, a starship built by their android protectors. Arc. A curved shape. For example, the huge arc of the sky. 8. Bazaar. Bazaar is a marketplace. For example, Tony went to the bazaar to buy vegetables. Bizarre. Bizarre, on the other hand, means something unusual and spooky. For example, the Bermuda Triangle incidents are bizarre. 9. Bridal. Bridal concerns a wedding or bride. For example, bridal traditions will never go away. Bridle. A bridle is a horse harness or a rope. It could also mean to keep under control. For example, the fact that she was the servant bridled her tongue. 10. Coin. An external corner of a wall. For example, coign of vantage is a phrase meaning a favorable position for observation or action. Coin. A flat, typically round piece of metal with an official stamp used as money or to invent or devise a new word or phrase. For example, he showed me how we could make a lot of coins, or he coined the term desktop publishing. 11. Colonel. An army officer of high rank. For example, the Jawan saluted as the colonel drove by. Kernel. A softer, usually edible part of a nut, or the central or most important part of something. For example, this is the kernel of the argument. 12. Complement. A thing that completes or brings to perfection. For example, the libretto proved a perfect complement to the music. Compliment. A polite expression of praise or admiration. For example, the bride was complimented by many on her wedding day. 13. Doe. A female deer. For example, the safari saw a doe and her fawn. Dough. A thick, malleable mixture of flour and liquid used for baking, or lots of money. For example, the dog ate the cookie dough. 14. Elicit. Evoke or draw out. For example, a corrupt heart elicits in an hour all that is bad in us. Illicit. Forbidden by law, rules, or customs. For example, adolescents have started using illicit drugs. 15. Gorilla. A powerfully built great ape. For example, the gorillas were creating a ruckus in the jungle. Guerrilla. A member of a small independent group taking part in irregular fighting. For example, the guerrilla warfare was getting out of hand. 16. Immanent. Immanent means pervading or existing within. For example, the room's immanent tension made her anxious. Imminent. Imminent means about to happen. For example, the exam period is imminent. Eminent. Eminent means distinguished. For example, he was an eminent scholar. 17. Knead. Massage or squeeze with the hands. For example, the bakers kneaded the dough. Need. Require something because it is essential or very important. For example, I don't need your sarcasm. 18. License is the noun. For example, one who is licensed to perform dental surgery has a dental surgeon's license. License is the verb. 19. Nay, or rather more than that. For example, it will take months, nay years. Nay, a characteristic high-pitched sound uttered by a horse. E.g., the horse neighs in excitement on seeing their master. 20. Principle. A fundamental truth or proposition that serves as the foundation for a system of belief or behavior. For example, a man of principle. Principle, the first in order of importance. For example, the country's principal cities. 21. Shear, cut something, such as wool, hair, or grass, with scissors or shears. For example, I'll shear off all the fleece. Shear nothing other than unmitigated. For example, she giggled with sheer delight. 22. Stake, a strong wooden or metal post with a point at one end. For example, they used stakes to support the trees. Steak, a slice of meat or fish, especially beef, cooked by broiling, frying, etc. For example, he liked his steak rare. 23. Team two or more people working together. For example, he teamed up with the band to produce the album. Team, be full of or swarming with. For example, every garden is teeming with wildlife. 24. Toe any of the 5 digits at the end of a human foot. Push, touch, or kick with one's toe. For example, he toed off his shoes and flexed his feet. Tow, pull along with a rope or chain. For example, the car had to be towed once it stalled. 25. Vain conceited, producing no result. For example, a vain attempt to tidy up the room. Vein, device for showing wind direction. Vein, a blood vessel, streak, or crack. For example, he felt the adrenaline course through his veins. 26. We used to refer to the speaker together with other people regarded in the same category. For example, nobody knows kids better than we teachers do. We, little, very small, very early. For example, in the wee hours of the morning. 27. Whine, a complaining tone of voice. For example, the whine of the engine. Wine, an alcoholic drink made of fermented grape juice. For example, he opened a bottle of red wine. 28. Wretch, an unfortunate or unhappy person, a despicable or contemptible person, e.g., ungrateful wretches. Wretch, make a sound or movement of vomiting. For example, the poor child wretched during the flight. Homographs and homonyms. There are also words such as homonyms and homographs. Homographs are words with different meanings and pronunciations but same spellings, while homonyms are words with different meanings but same spellings and pronunciations. Homographs are words such as read, read, and read. 1. Bow, a weapon used for shooting arrows, a ribbon tied with 2 knots, bending your head to show respect, respect to a king. 2. Wound, an injury, wrap around something. 4. Sow, planting a seed in the ground, an adult female pig. 5. Tear, tears are what comes out of your eyes when you cry, ripping or breaking something. Some homonyms to look out for are 1. Book, could refer to the book you are reading or to booking a seat at a restaurant or booking a ticket. 2. Peer, it could mean looking at something or a person your own age. 3. Fair, a fair could be a place you go to have fun, or it could mean being just and reasonable. Do it right now. Steps to start improving instantly. Step 1. Keep a pocket notebook with yourself all the time. Step 2. Concentrate on people's speech. Step 3. Pick out words that you noticed as homophones, homonyms, and homographs. Step 4. Categorize these words in different sections. Step 5. Find their different meanings and uses. Chapter 7. English Writing Improvement, Tricks and Tips. As I said earlier, a language has 4 components: reading, listening, speaking, and writing. Each of these components is complementary to the other. Once you know how to listen, read, and speak English, it is time to finish the process by writing properly. Writing is probably the easiest to do. However, one can make mistakes in spelling. Also, a person thinks and writes at different speeds, and that could unintentionally ruin the sentence. Still, writing is not all that easy. Problems arise when it comes to punctuation marks. Write, just like reading and expanding your vocabulary. Writing properly involves a lot of practice. Pick a topic and start writing. Do this exercise every day. Make a portfolio of all your pieces and review them in a month, looking for mistakes that you made. Once you are done, ask a friend to edit it for you. Learn the correct version. Once you have figured out your mistakes, make it a point to learn the correct version. Incorporate the corrected version in your next piece of writing. Exercise. Avoid using a guide while you are practicing your writing skills. Do not use a guide or dictionary. Make mistakes and then learn from those mistakes. If you do not make mistakes, you will never learn. Once you know the mistakes you made, start writing again and try correcting those same mistakes. Use new words and phrases. Make it a point to use at least 2 new words and phrases, as well as idioms, slang, and colloquialisms in your article. Make sure you ask somebody to correct these if they are wrong. Punctuation. The punctuation marks you use at the end of each sentence will set the tone of that particular sentence. Whether it is an exclamation or a question, it depends on how you frame your sentence. Do it right now. Steps to start improving instantly. Step 1. Pick a topic that interests you and that you are passionate about. Step 2. Start a blog based on the topic. Chapter 8. The hidden secrets that will help you learn English in a weekend. Since you can read English, you could strive to perfect it in one weekend. It will not be easy to learn everything there is to learn in a weekend, but if you work hard enough, it can be done. However, implementing what you learn is probably the hardest part. Speak English daily. Do not slip up and start using your native language even when you are with your own people. Speak in English. If you do not have any way to speak English outside, do it at home. Watch TV or read a book and repeat out loud. Not speaking English will not help you learn. You have to use it to remember it. Study it every day for at least 1 hour. Study the language, study the words, the history of the words, learn the grammatical rules, etc. Even if you spend only half an hour a day, that will work. Think of your English skills as a piece of iron that will rust and break apart if you do not study and oil it. Goals. Setting goals for yourself is a good way to learn English. Pick common, everyday words and decide to use them regularly. By the end of the week or month, you could set any goal you want. This would also turn learning English into a challenge with yourself. Be confident. Being confident means speaking English when you are outside, even if you are not good at it. Do not apologize for not being able to speak properly. Instead, ask for help and advice. It is essential to be confident, or you will never have the courage to speak out in the open, and you will never find out what your level of English is. Keep a small notebook with you while you are learning. It would be a good idea to keep a notebook with you at all times. Every time you come across a word that you do not understand, write it down. After that, look for its meaning. At the end of your day, go through this list and learn the words on it. Try making sentences in which you can use these new words that you learned. This is good practice because, without writing down the words, chances are that you will forget them. Learn to listen. Speaking in English with other people is not your only challenge. You also have to learn to listen. Speaking and listening require two different parts of your body. You have to train your ears to listen to a new language and differentiate the words. Listen as much as you can. You could also read aloud, and this way you would be listening to yourself. Do not lose confidence. Learning anything new can be emotionally draining, but do not start thinking in a negative way. Instead of thinking, I can't, think, I will set a date. Say a year or 2 years down the line when you will be a fluent speaker, reader, and writer in English. Work hard. Everything requires hard work, even learning a language. It is important not to think of it as something that will happen in its own time. You can work hard and reduce your learning time. Treat yourself. Motivation is the best tool. Treat yourself and your friends to dinner after you complete a particular goal. Also, ask your friends to test you. This way, you will not only look forward to dinner with friends every weekend, but also to completing goals on time. Thesaurus. To develop a vast vocabulary, use a thesaurus. Learn different words with the same meanings, and then use these words in a sentence. Here, you might also see a word that you find fascinating. Group study. If you know other people trying to learn English, propose a group study. They always work better than trying to study alone. In the group, test each other using flashcards. This will not only be fun, but you will retain more when you are in a group. Spellings. Do not just learn new words. Remember to learn their spellings as well. Spelling is important to learn pronunciations. However, many times in English, the words are not always pronounced as they are spelled. I would suggest using an online source to perfect your pronunciations, and then writing each word while pronouncing it aloud. This will develop an association in your brain for the word. Pay attention to idioms and colloquialisms. To talk like a native English speaker, it is important to pay special attention to idioms and colloquialisms. Make a separate notebook for these and follow the same process you use for learning words. Revise. Revise every word you have learned during the week on Sunday or any other day. This way, you ensure that the words stay with you. Remember to speak out loud so you hear yourself, and your ears are trained to catch the words. English movies and songs. Whenever you have time on your hands, watch an English movie. This way, you will get used to the idea of listening to and speaking English. It will begin to seem like a natural language. Songs can be heard at any time, so pick your favorite songs and play them. Pay attention to pronunciations. Do not use subtitles, or you will not pay attention to what the person is saying. Books are for reading. When you are watching a movie, listen. Do it right now. Steps to start improving instantly. Step 1. Pick a topic that is trending. Step 2. Decide on your opinion on the topic. Step 3. Prepare a speech on paper. Step 4. In a gathering of friends or family, deliver this speech. Chapter 9. Common mistakes to avoid for beginners. English is a confusing language. There is no doubt about that. There are a lot of mistakes even native speakers make. Focusing on GR. This is the most common mistake new learners make. If you focus on correcting your grammar, your English would sound extremely weird to a native speaker. Grammar actually hurts your ability to speak English. Confusing in time and on time. On time means punctual. For example, I am always on time. In time means before a deadline. For example, I submitted my college assignment just in time. Practice using these two phrases. Gender pronouns. It is common to make mistakes with he, she, him, her. In languages where no gender is specified, it can be a problem for people to learn gender-specific pronouns. In many cases, people mix up he and she. It does not cause any difference in speech, but would make for very funny incidents. Fun and funny. A lot of people make mistakes with fun and funny. Fun is a noun, while funny is an adjective. For example, the rides were fun, and my friend is funny. Something that causes enjoyment and pleasure is fun. On the other hand, a person or incident that can make you laugh is funny. Singular and plural. This is another common mistake for people learning English. Sometimes new learners do not place S at the end of a word to make it plural. Problems arise when a word is considered uncountable, or when a name already ends with S. For example, if a person's last name is Smith, you would not say there are a lot of Smiths in our building. You would say there are a lot of Smiths in our building. Less and fewer. Less and fewer are confusing terms and are often used interchangeably. There are not less people. There are fewer people. A and the. Another common mistake is the use of a and the. A is used when referring to something for the first time. The is used when referring to something specific. Do not use these articles when speaking about things in general, such as means of transport or places. Who and that. Who is used for a person, while that is used for an object. This is a common mistake. Who describes a living being. For example, the boy who yelled, "Wolf," and the cycle that rolled off the hill. Do it right now. Steps to start improving instantly. Step 1. Go on the internet and look up common mistakes made while learning English for your native language. Step 2. Keep a pen and paper beside you. Step 3. Write down all the mistakes you have been making. Step 4. Understand the correct way to use the words or phrases. Step 5. Make your own sentences using these words and phrases. Chapter 10. Secret bonus. 50 most commonly used English words. Here are 50 of the most commonly used words in the English language. The he, at, but, there, office, was, be, not, use, and for, this, and what, on, a, have, all, to, each, area, from, which were in as Oriental we, island, she with mine, when, you, do, had, his, your, how, that, by, they, can, it, their, I, word, if, said. Make it a point to study these the most, since daily conversation will involve these words. Exercise 1. Write these words down and look up their meanings. Practice pronouncing one daily for 5 minutes. Chapter 1. Family. My name is Robinson. I am from England. I am 18 years old. My father is German. My mother is English. I have 2 brothers. I have 1 sister. We are a good family. My father is a good businessman. We have money. I have a good school. I have a good life. But I have a dream. I want to travel. I want to see the world. My father is a good man. He wants the best for me. But my dream is not his dream. He is not happy. The situation is not easy. It is morning. My father is in his room. He wants to speak with me. I go to his room. My father has some questions. My father wants to know why I want to travel. My father says, "Traveling is dangerous. Traveling is not comfortable. You can die." I think about it. Traveling is dangerous. It is not comfortable. I can die. But it is also very interesting. I can see new countries. I can meet new people. I think about traveling every day. Maybe my mother can help me. I speak with my mother. I tell my mother, I want to travel. I want to see the world. Please speak with my father. Maybe with your help I can travel. My mother loves me, but she thinks that traveling is dangerous. She thinks that my place is at home. She thinks that life in England is the best for me. 1 year later, I visit one big town. The name of this town is Hull. I meet my friend. His father has a ship. They travel to London. My friend tells me, "Go with me." I think about it. I am not prepared, but I can try if traveling is for me. I go to London. I am very happy. It is my first long journey. It is very interesting. The first hour is good. But then we have problems. We see a storm. The storm is big. The wind is strong. The ship goes up and down. I have fear. I think about my home. I think about my comfortable bed. The storm is finished in the morning. The weather is nice, and the evening is beautiful. Everything is quiet. One man comes to me. We speak. We speak about the storm. I speak about my fear. The man gives me a drink. I drink very much. I sleep very well at night. The next day, I forget about my home. I forget about my comfortable bed. I dream more about traveling. Chapter 2. Storm. The next day, our ship is slow because the wind is not strong. Then the wind is strong again. We go fast. A new storm comes. This storm is bigger. I'm scared. The men are scared too. The waves are very big. The waves are like mountains. I see other ships. The ships are like toys. The waves play with the ships. I want to go home again. The storm is very big. The men ask God for help. Then one man sees a hole in the ship. Water is inside. It is a bad situation. Many men go down. They pump the water out. I am very scared. I can't move. One man comes to me. He says, "Go down and help." So I go down. We pump the water out. I hear a gun. It is a signal from our captain. It is a signal that we have a big problem. Our ship is very broken. Our ship is full of water. We work very hard. We pump the water out. But the hole is very big. More and more water is inside the ship. The weather is better. The waves are smaller, but the ship is full of water. We need help. We see another ship before our ship. The men from the ship send a small boat. The men on the boat go to our ship. The men help us. We go on their boat. 15 minutes later, our big ship goes underwater. We are safe on the small boat. We see a land. We go to the land. We see people on the beach. They wait for us. They help us. They give us some money. We can go to London or Hull. I go to London. When I am in London, I meet a captain. The captain goes to Africa. I think that I can make some money there. The captain tells me about the business in Africa. He tells me what to buy in England. He tells me what people in Africa need. The journey to Africa is very good. I have a lot of money after this journey. I am happy. I want to travel more. I want to do more business. I want to learn how to control the ship. The captain teaches me how to control the ship. I go to Africa again. The journey starts well, but soon we have big problems. We see a ship. It is not an English ship. It is a pirate ship. The pirates want to take our ship. Their ship is fast. Soon they are near our ship. The pirates attack us. Many pirates go on our ship. They kill our men. We can't win. We stop the fight. Now we are prisoners. Chapter 3. Woman. I am young and strong. I must work as a slave. I work for the captain of the pirates. I feel very sad. I have a bad life. I must work hard. I work every day. I work in the house. I work in the garden. The captain tells me what to do. I don't like my work. I want to change my situation. I want to be free again. It is morning. I meet a young woman. She works in the house. She is so beautiful. She is also a slave. She cleans the house. I speak with her. She doesn't speak my language, but I feel that she understands me. When she sees me, she is happy, and I am happy too. Sometimes she touches me, but it is only a short moment. Slaves can't be together. I think about the young woman very often. I want to meet her every day, but she is not in the house every day. When I think about her, I have a nice feeling in my body. I think that I love this woman. I think that she is my girlfriend and I am her boyfriend. But our love is complicated. We can't live together. It is very sad. Sometimes I fish with the captain or his friends. A young boy helps us. We use a small boat when we fish. One morning when we fish, we are lost. Fog is around our boat. We see nothing. We can't go home. The next day, the fog is away. We can go home. When we are back home, the captain says, "Use a bigger boat." The bigger boat is better for long journeys. One day, the captain tells me, "Put more food and drinks on the boat. Bring some guns, too." The captain wants to fish with his friends. I prepare the boat. I put food and guns on the ship. But the captain's friends don't want to fish. Then the captain tells me, "Prepare the boat for usual fishing for the next day." This is my chance. I can run away. A lot of food and guns are on the boat. I prepare the boat for fishing, but I leave the food and guns on the boat. Tomorrow I can run away. This is my plan. I think about the young woman. I want to take her with me, but I don't know how to do it. It is not possible to take her on the boat. I am sad. I don't know what to do. I want to be free, but my heart wants to be with her. It is the morning. I meet the young woman in the house. She is so beautiful. I look at her. She knows that something is different. Maybe she understands that this is our last moment together. She looks in my eyes. She touches my hand. I think that she understands. Her face is sad. My face is sad too. She smiles at me. Then she goes away. This is our last moment together. Chapter 4. Lion. 1 hour later, we are ready. I and the boy go to the boat. One man goes with us. He is our boss for today. Soon we are far from the land, but we can't catch fish. Then we go very far from the land. Our boss thinks that we can catch fish there. At one moment, our boss goes to the front of the boat. I quickly push him to the sea. He wants to swim back. I take a gun. When he sees the gun, he swims away. When he's away, I look at the boy. I want to know if he is on my side. I see that he is on my side. After 2 years, I am free. We go very fast. The wind is good. The next day, we are far from the pirate land. But we don't stop. We continue. After 6 days, we must stop. We need some fresh water. We wait for the night. Then we go to the land. When we are near the land, we hear horrible noises. The boy doesn't want to continue. He is scared. We stay on the boat near the land, but we can't sleep. Some animals come to wash in the water. The animals make horrible noises. The boy is very scared. Then we hear that one animal swims to us. The boy wants to go away, but I don't want to go away. I take one gun. I shoot at the animal. The animal turns. Then the animal swims to the land. The other animals hear the gun. They go away too. We stay on the boat. It is morning. We eat bread for breakfast. The boy wants to go to the beach. I go with him. We take guns. We take big bottles for water. I don't go very far. I want to see the boat. The boy continues alone. The boy returns after some time. He runs. I think that some animal runs after him, but I see nothing dangerous. He has an animal in his hand. The animal is a chicken. He is very happy. I am happy too. We have good meat and fresh water. We don't see dangerous animals. I don't know where we are. I only know that we are near Africa. I think that we are near a land where no people live. We don't see people on the land. We only hear animals. One day, when we go for fresh water, we see a lion. The lion sleeps on the beach. He is very big. He is only 20 meters from us. The boy is scared. Then the lion opens his eyes. When the lion sees us, he runs to us. We don't have much time. I must shoot at the lion. I have 3 guns. The first bullet hits his leg. The second bullet hits his head. The third bullet finishes the animal. We can't eat the meat. The meat is not good. But we take the skin. We put the skin on the boat. The skin is dry soon. Chapter 5. Ship. We continue our journey. We stop only when we need fresh water. Soon we see that people live on the land. One day we see a big group of people. They are on the beach. They have many children. They watch us. I want to stop. I want to go to the people. But the boy doesn't like this idea. He is scared. The people want to give us some food. 2 people run to the forest. They return with some food. We don't want to go to the beach, but they don't want to swim to us. We don't know how to take the food. The people see this. They put the food on the ground. Then they go back. When they are far from the food, we go to the food. Now, we are not scared of the people. They come to us. We thank the people, but we have nothing for the people. At that moment, we see 2 animals. The animals run down from the hill. The people are scared. One animal attacks a young girl. I shoot at the animal. I kill the animal. The second animal is scared. The animal runs away. The people are shocked when they hear the gun. They are also shocked when they see that the animal is dead. The people are happy that the girl is alive. They thank us. They give us more food and water. Now we have a lot of food and water on the boat. We continue our journey. The next day, we see some islands. I think that we can visit the islands. But at that moment, the boy starts to shout. He starts to shout because he sees a ship. The boy is really scared. He thinks that it is a pirate ship. But I look at the ship. I see that the ship is Portuguese, but nobody on the ship sees us, so I shoot from a gun. They hear the gun. They see us. Soon we are on the Portuguese ship. They speak Portuguese, Spanish, and French. But I don't understand the men. But one Scottish sailor is on the ship. He comes to me. I tell him our story. Then all the sailors are very nice. We can stay on the ship. We are very happy. We offer our boat to the captain. But the captain doesn't want to take the boat. He wants to pay for the boat. It is very nice. I tell him that he can buy our boat. I give him a good price. It is half of usual price. The captain agrees. The captain also wants to train the boy as a sailor. I don't like this idea. I think that the boy is very young for this job. I think that the boy also needs freedom. But the captain says that it is good for the boy. Chapter 6. Wife. The boy wants to work for the captain, so the boy starts to be a sailor. The ship is on the way to Brazil. We come to Brazil after 20 days. I say goodbye to the boy and the sailors. Brazil is a new state in South America. Many people start a new life here. It is the same for me. I know nobody here. I meet some people. They have sugar plantations. Soon we are good friends. I like Brazil very much. Soon I learn the language. I have some money from the captain. I buy a small land in Brazil. I start to produce sugar. I don't produce much at the beginning, but after 2 years, my plantation is big. I am single, but my life is good. My financial situation is better every month. After 3 years in Brazil, I have enough money. I can have a woman for cleaning my house. I ask my friends if they know a good woman. One friend says, I have a daughter. She is 18 years old. I think that she can work for you. She is also a very good cook. The next day, his daughter comes to my house. She is friendly, but she is shy. She is also a very pretty girl. We talk. I tell her what I need. The next day, she comes to my house. She cleans the dirty floor. She cleans my furniture. She comes to my house every morning on Monday and on Thursday. She works for 4 hours. She also cooks for me. She also gives food to my cat. I'm always happy when I see the girl. Sometimes we have breakfast or lunch together and we talk. Then she is ill. She can't come to my house. I feel a strange feeling when she is not in my house. I miss her. I think maybe I love her. 1 week later, she comes to my house. I'm happy when I see her. I see that she is happy too. I hug her. Then I kiss her. It is a long kiss. 2 weeks later, I go to her father's house. I ask him if I can marry his daughter. He is quiet. I wait for his answer. Then he says, I agree. I am very happy. 2 months later, I marry the daughter of my friend. We start to plan a family. This part of my life is great. We have big plans for our family. We have big plans for our plantation. We need a bigger house. We need more money for a bigger house. I think about the business in Africa. I can make a lot of money in Africa fast. I speak about Africa with my friends very often. I tell my friends that we can make a lot of money in Africa. Chapter 7. Hurricane. One day, 3 friends come to our house. They tell me that they want to go to Africa. They ask me if I want to go with them. I say, yes, I want to go with you. We start to prepare for the journey. Soon we are ready. I say goodbye to my wife. Then we go. We want to come back 2 months later. We leave Brazil in September. Our ship is very big, but we are only 17 men. The ship is full of things for business. The weather is good, but very hot at the beginning. 1 week later, we see a hurricane. The hurricane is very strong. Our ship is in danger. The hurricane is finished after 3 days. But when the hurricane is away, we have a problem. The ship is broken. We can't go to Africa. The captain wants to go back and repair the ship, but I don't want to go back. We talk about it. We think about the best solution. Then in the evening, a second hurricane comes. The wind is strong. The waves are very big. Then one man shouts, "Land." When the man shouts, "Land," the ship stops. The sea is not deep enough. It is bad for our broken ship. The ship can break every second. We must go on a smaller boat. This is very dangerous because the boat is very small for 17 men. But we must do it if we want to survive. So we go on a small boat. The waves are very big. The wind is very strong. The wind pushes us to big rocks. We know that the crash is near. Then a big wave comes. The wave turns the boat. I am underwater. I can't breathe. I don't see the other men. I don't see the boat. Then my head is above water. It is only a short moment, but I can breathe. I see a small beach between the rocks. A big wave pushes me to the beach. I am still in water, but I feel a land under my feet. I know that I must stand up. I must get out of the water. The next wave can take me back to sea, but my body is weak. I can't stand up fast. The next wave comes. I am underwater again. I can't breathe again. But then another wave takes me back on the beach. I am in water, but I can stand up. I can go 10 meters. I am on the sand. I am safe, but my arms and legs are very weak. I collapse, and I lie on the beach. After some time, I stand up. I look for the other men. I can't find the other men. I am the only man alive. All my friends are dead. I only find 3 hats and 2 shoes on the beach. It is horrible for me. Chapter 8. Island. The weather is still very bad, but the waves are not so big. I see the ship. The ship is far from the land. I look around. I see that I have nothing. I am wet. I have no other clothes. I have nothing to eat or drink. I have no gun. Dangerous animals can eat me. I have only a small knife, which I find in my pocket. This situation is really bad. How can I survive with only a small knife? I need to drink some fresh water. I find a small river. I drink the water. The night comes. I am scared of dangerous animals. I can't sleep on the ground, so I spend the night in a big tree. When I wake up the next morning, the sea is calm. I still see the ship. I swim to the ship. I don't see a way inside the big ship. I swim around the ship twice. Then I see a rope on one side of the ship. I use the rope. Now I am on the ship. The ship is empty. I try to find some food. I am lucky. Some food on the ship is dry. I also find a bottle of rum. I take the bottle with me. Then I hear something. Somebody is on the ship. Who is it? Somebody from my friends? It is not possible. My friends are all dead. I am scared. I go to the place where I hear the noises. Then I see who it is. It is a dog. It is a dog of our captain. Now I have a friend. I am not alone. I must take the food, rum, and the dog to the beach. But I don't have a small boat on the ship. I must make a raft. I find some wood. I make a raft from the wood. I also need some clothes. I look for the clothes. When I look for the clothes, I find a nice carpet. I also find 4 guns and a box with gunpowder. I put everything on my raft. The sea is calm. The wind goes to the land. This is all good. Soon I am on the beach. I look for a place where I can stay. I see a hill. From the hill, I can see where I am. I take a gun. I walk to the hill. I go to the top. I see sea around the whole place. I am on an island. I see 2 small islands near. One is to the north, one is to the west. I also see a big land to the south. The land is about 100 kilometers far. I see nothing to the east. I see only the ocean. I don't see people on the island. I see only wild animals. Chapter 9. Tent. I see many birds on the way back from the hill, but I don't know their names. I don't know if I can eat them. I kill one bird, but the meat isn't good. I go back to the raft the next day. I want to go back to the ship. I want to take all important things to the island. The next storm can destroy the ship completely. I make a small tent near the beach. I bring the things which can be destroyed by rain to the tent. The night comes. I lie on the ground. I put 2 guns near my left shoulder. I also put 2 guns near my right shoulder. Now I feel safe. I am tired. I sleep very soon. I swim back to the ship the next day. I make a second raft. I put many things on the raft. I am very happy when I find 7 new guns and some beds. I take all these things to the beach. I go to the ship every day. I bring back many good things. For example, I find a lot of candles. I need candles on the island. I also find 2 big boxes of tea. I make a lot of visits to the ship. One day, I discover a box which is closed. Under the box, I find a key. When I open the box, I see some money from Europe and Brazil. Money is not important on the island, but I take the money with me. I also find cards with pictures. They are pictures of the king and the queen. I can play some games. I can have some fun with the cards. The next day, big dark clouds are in the sky. They are bigger and bigger. The wind is stronger and stronger. I visit the ship, but I don't make a raft because a storm is near. Rafts can break easily in a storm. I swim back to the beach. The wind is really strong at night, but I am safe inside my little tent. The ship is gone the next morning. I know that I can stay on the island very long. I want to make a nice place where I can live. I also need to be safe. I can look for a cave, or I can make a bigger tent. Maybe I can do both. I need a place which is near fresh water. The place must be in shadow. It must be easy to protect the place. I also need a view of the sea. I want to see ships. I find a nice place next to a big hill. I put my tent there. The hill protects me from one side. I build a fence on all the other sides. The fence has no door. I use a ladder when I go over the fence. I take all my things inside. I have more plans in my head. I make 2 tents. One tent is big. The second tent is small. The smaller tent is inside the bigger tent. The bigger tent protects the gunpowder and the food from rains. I live in the smaller tent. Chapter 10. Calendar. When the tents are finished, I start to make a cave at the bottom of the hill. I want to use the cave for food. I bring stones and earth from the cave to the fence. I make a terrace on the inside of the fence. I still work on the cave when a storm comes one day. I see lightning during the storm. I think that the lightning can hit my boxes with gunpowder. The explosion can destroy everything. The explosion can also kill me. I am scared. I need to make a change. After the storm, I open the boxes with the gunpowder. I put the gunpowder in smaller boxes and bags. I hide the boxes and bags in the rocks. I have a lot of gunpowder, so this takes 3 days. I also hunt every day. It is a break from the hard work. And I also need some meat. When I hunt, I also start to know the island more. I discover some goats. I hunt them. Now I have enough meat. I am sad. Sometimes I think about my wife. I miss her very much. I think about my friends in Brazil. I think about my parents. I know that traveling by sea can change your life completely. Traveling can be great, but traveling can be horrible too. I know that my friends from the ship are dead. I know that I am the only person alive. I am lucky. I am also lucky because I have all the things like food, guns, and clothes. I can't survive without these things. I decide to make a big cross. I put the cross on the beach. I write on the cross the date of my first day on the island. I want to keep information about time. The cross is my calendar. I make a small cut in the cross every day. Every Sunday, the cut is longer. This cut shows the end of the week. The last day of every month is also a long cut. One day, I think about my situation. I have negative thoughts. This is not good. I want to change my negative thoughts. I decide to write all good and bad things. First, I write what is bad. I am alone on this island. I have nobody for a conversation. I have only a small chance that I can see England again. But I am alive. I am safe. I have my freedom. I have enough food. This is all positive. I don't have good clothes, but I don't need a lot of clothes on this island. I have my dog. He understands some words. He understands when I say, "Sit down, come here, bring it, don't jump, don't do it." I see that my situation is not perfect, but I have also some good things in my life. I need to concentrate on positive things only. I continue to make my place better and better. I make the cave bigger. I have space for many things in the cave. I am happy because my life is now well organized. Chapter 11. Book. I need to make some furniture. I need a chair and a table. I use the wood from my rafts and the ship. It takes 5 days to make them. Then I make more furniture for the cave. I put my clothes and guns in the cave too. I am very happy when my work is finished. The cave is comfortable now. Everything is well organized. I can easily find what I need. I decide to write a book about my life on the island. I describe my days in the book. I start with my first day on the island. I write everything what I remember. I also write what I think. It is good when I write my thoughts on paper. When I start, I write 1 page every day. But when I get to the present, I write only 1 page every week. I write only important things. After some time on the island, my life is well organized, but my life is never boring. I have always some work. Every morning I walk around the island, then I work. I have lunch at noon, then I sleep, but not very long. Then I continue with my work. I relax or I write my book in the evening. I make my cave bigger and bigger. I want to have a big cave. The cave is my kitchen, living room, and sometimes a bedroom. When the cave is finished, a lot of earth falls from one side. I am not in the cave when it happens. If a lot of earth falls on me, I can die. I clean the cave. Then I decide to put long boards on the sides and also on the top. I don't want to have this accident again. This work takes 1 week. In December, I continue with my work in my small camp. The weather isn't very good. It rains all days, but it is still warm. So, I work inside. It is never cold on the island. It is good for me. At the end of December, I kill a goat. I also hurt another goat. Her leg is broken. The goat can't walk. I take the goat home. I help the goat. After 2 weeks, the goat is not scared. The goat eats from my hand. In January, I travel through the island. I find more goats in the center of the island. The animals are very shy. It is difficult to get close to them. I want to domesticate some goats. I only need a good opportunity for it. I have a plan. The next day, I return with my dog. I think that my dog can help me hunt. I tell my dog, "Sit down. Wait. Don't move." Chapter 12. Corn. When the goats are between me and my dog, I hide behind a tree. Then I shout at my dog, "Come here!" My dog runs to me and the goats too. I wait in my position behind the tree. When one goat runs close to me, I jump and I catch her leg. I hold her right leg. But then the goat kicks me with her left leg. She kicks me in my nose. It is a horrible pain. I can't hold the goat, and the goat runs away. We are not successful. This is not the best method how to catch a goat. We have to find a better method. I tell my dog, "Let's go home. I need to relax." I work on my fence from January to March. It takes me a long time because I want to make the fence very strong. During this time, I find big birds on the island. Their homes aren't in the trees. They live in holes which are between rocks. It is easy to catch them. Their meat is great. I can also cook and eat their eggs. When I work on my fence, I find a small bag. I remember corn in the bag. But now I see only some leaves in the bag. I take the bag outside my camp. I empty the bag because I need the bag for gunpowder. This happens before the rains. A month later, I find some green leaves in that place. It is young corn. I am so happy. The corn grows near my home. It is fantastic. I can bake bread in the future. Something happens in March. I am inside my cave when pieces of earth fall from the top of the cave. I am scared. My work on the cave can be lost. I run outside the cave. I see that the ground starts to shake. It is an earthquake. I am shocked and scared. Some big stones fall from the hill, but I am lucky. They don't hit my tent. The earthquake is finished soon, but I don't want to go inside the cave. I am scared. I sit on the ground before my tent. I think maybe it is dangerous to sleep in the cave. It is dangerous if another earthquake comes. But I don't want to sleep in the tent. So, I decide to make a house. I start to build the house in April. It takes 3 months to build the house, but I am happy with my new home. I am ill in the last week of July. I have a temperature. I can't get out of the bed. I am very weak. I can do nothing in this state. I have crazy dreams. The dreams are not very logical, but for me, they are real when I have them. Chapter 13. Dream. One of my dreams is really crazy. I am in a pub. The pub is on my island. I want to drink some rum, but the waitress is very lazy. She sits at the bar. She does nothing. I don't like lazy people. I am angry, but I wait. Then my wife comes to the pub. She gives me paper with some text. It is a message from her father. He writes that I have to go home. He writes that I have to work on the plantations, but I don't want to go home. I go to the kitchen in the pub. My mother is in the kitchen. She prepares some steaks. She also cooks soup. I taste the soup. The soup tastes fantastic. Then 2 Englishmen come to the pub. They want to sell gunpowder. One man looks like a gentleman, but the second man is horrible. I tell the horrible man, I am sorry. I don't need your gunpowder. I have a lot of gunpowder in my camp. The horrible man says, you have to buy our gunpowder. We travel from London. We want to do the business. I say, thank you. I don't want your gunpowder. The horrible man is really angry. Our conversation is not good. He says some horrible things about me. I say some horrible things about him. The conversation gets to a point when he wants to kill me. He takes his gun. I start to run away. He shoots at me. Then I wake up. 1 week later, I feel better, but I still need to relax. I need to sleep a lot. In August, I'm okay again, but I still feel a little weak. I need to do some physical activity. The next 10 days, I walk around the island. I feel better after these trips. When I feel strong again, I decide to explore the whole island. I find a new interesting part of the island. It is a valley. It is a valley with a lake. The valley is in the central part of the island. I find melons here. The melons look like big balls. They are very sweet. I also find apples, oranges, and lemons in this valley. I want to take some fruit home, but I need a big bag. I don't have a big bag with me. I collect some fruit. I put the fruit in one place. I return to my cave. I bring a big bag for the fruit. I like the fruit valley very much. The nature is beautiful here. I think maybe I can move here. But the beach is far from this place. I have to be close to the beach. I need to see a ship which can save me. Chapter 14. House. I don't move to the fruit valley, but I decide to build a house here. I visit the valley very often. Step by step, I build a house here. The house is small. I make a double fence around the house. The house is protected like a castle. Again, I use a ladder when I want to go inside. And inside, I have stairs in one corner of the fence. I use the stairs when I go outside, and I use the ladder when I go inside. This activity takes the whole August and the beginning of September, but I enjoy it a lot. The fruit valley gives me so much energy. I feel so healthy and strong here. Sometimes when I am in the valley at night, I watch the moon and the stars. I think about my wife. I think about my family in England. I know that they see the same moon. They see the same stars, but we can't be together. I think about my family very often. I wish the best for them. I also think about all the people who see the moon. I think about the places where they live. I feel connected with them. Sometimes I feel connected with the whole universe. I also think about God. I have questions for God. I ask him, why am I on this island? Why am I still alive when my friends are all dead? I don't have answers to these questions, but I believe God. I believe that he knows what he is doing. It is the time when the rainy season starts. The rainy season continues until the middle of October. This is my first year on the island. When the rains end, I return to my valley house. I see that the fence is all green. New leaves are growing everywhere. This isn't only beautiful, it is also useful because it is really hard to see the house. The leaves create shadow. It is very nice to stay here. I want to make a fence from the same wood around my first house, too. When the rainy season is finished, I put my corn in the ground. I have a bad feeling that something bad can happen. I only use a half of the corn. This is a good idea because no corn grows up. I put the second half of the corn in the ground before the next rainy season. This time the corn grows up. Now I have a small farm on the island. I see that the seasons on the island are different from England. The seasons are not spring, summer, autumn, and winter. We have 2 rainy and 2 dry seasons. With this information, I can now plan when to put corn in the ground. Chapter 15. Basket. I make longer and longer trips around the island. I need a basket for these trips. With a basket, I can carry more food during my trips. I can also carry more fruit from the fruit valley. I cut branches from the tree which I use for my fences. I use the branches for the basket. When I finish the basket, I decide to make a long trip around the island. I go through the fruit valley. After the valley, I find some fields. A lot of grass is on the fields. The fields are very flat. There are a lot of flowers on the fields. The flowers smell so good. Many insects fly around these flowers. I see some big butterflies. Their wings are 10 centimeters wide. I also see small trees around these fields. I find nuts on these trees. These nuts are different from nuts in England. They have a different shape. They are also more sweet than nuts in England. I discover some new animals on this side of the island. Wild cats live here. I also see many parrots and other interesting birds. I catch one parrot. I take the parrot with me. His body has many colors. I see red, green, orange, blue, pink, and yellow. This part of the island is very nice. More food is here, but I don't want to move here. My dog catches a young goat on the way back. I save the goat. I take the goat with me. I want to keep goats. Now I have another chance. I leave the goat in my valley house. I want to prepare some space for the goat in my first home. I am so tired from the trip. I relax the whole day. I make a cage for the parrot. I bring home the goat. The goat starts to be calm. I make a map of the whole island. I put these new places on the map. The time goes very fast. Soon it is September again. This is my second year on the island. I am less sad now. I accept my situation. I have many good things in my life. My days are similar. I hunt in the morning. I cook at noon. I relax in the afternoon when the sun is very strong, and I work in the evening. This is my typical day. I also teach my parrot how to say his name. His name is Paul. I have a problem with my corn in November and December. The wild goats want to eat the little plants. I don't want to lose my corn, so I quickly make a fence around the field with the corn. I make a gate in the fence. I put my dog inside the fence. He protects my corn at night. Soon the plants are tall, but another danger comes. Birds start to eat the seeds. I shoot at the birds. They fly away. I must watch my field every day. Chapter 16. Bread. I have my first corn at the end of December. It isn't a lot of corn. I don't want to eat the corn. I decide to keep all the seeds. My goal is to put the seeds in the ground and have more corn later. I need some pots for the seeds. I look for clay on the island. I find some clay and I try to make a pot. I have no success at the beginning, but I try again and again. It is long work. But after 2 months of experiments, I make 2 pots. I put the pots in baskets. I put dry grass between the baskets and the pots. The dry grass and the baskets protect the pots very well. I continue to make small pots. Their quality is better and better. I also make long but not very high pots. I put seawater in them. When the water is gone, I have salt. One day, I find a broken piece of a pot in the fire. The fire makes the piece very hard. It is like a stone. The piece is very red, too. I have an idea. I take one pot and I make a fire around the pot. The pot is very hard after 2 hours. I am happy with the result. I also need a tool with which I can make flour. I take a big piece of hard wood. I make a hole in the wood. I put the seeds in the hole. Then I take another piece of hard wood. I break the seeds in the hole with this second wood. The flour stays on the bottom of the hole. Now I want to bake bread. I have an idea. I mix the flour with water. Then I take 2 stones. I put the stones near the fire. When the stones are very hot, I put the bread between them. Now I have my first bread on the island. The bread is not perfect, but I like the bread a lot. It is my first bread after a long time. It is during my 3rd year on the island. I think about traveling around the island by sea. I think that it is possible to make a canoe. I want to make a canoe from a big tree. I find one big tree. I cut the tree. I start to make a hole in it. But after some days, I start to think about something. I start to think how to get the canoe from the forest to the beach. I think about it because I am quite far from the beach. I see that it is a problem. I see a small hill between the forest and the beach. It is not possible to move the canoe over the hill. The canoe is very heavy for it. I am really angry. I have to leave the canoe in the forest. Many days of work are lost. I don't believe that I can make such a mistake. I have to plan my work better next time. Chapter 17. Canoe. After 3 years on the island, my clothes are already very old. I start to use the skins of the animals. I make a cap and other clothes from the skins. I also need an umbrella. I try to make an umbrella from the skins too. It is difficult at the beginning. It takes some time, but I am successful in the end. After 3 years, I am quite happy. I have everything what I need for my life. My life on the island continues for the next 5 years. During this time, I decide to make another canoe. The canoe is smaller. It isn't difficult to move it to the beach. The canoe is finished in June. I want to travel around the island in the canoe. I put food, water, and guns in the canoe. I am ready for the trip. The beginning of my trip isn't easy for me. I am in danger when my journey starts. I have to go around some rocks in the sea. When I want to go back to the land, I feel a strong current under the canoe. The current is taking me away from the island. The situation is horrible. I am scared. I can't survive in the open sea. I don't have enough food and water for a long journey. I fight very hard against the current for 2 hours. Then I am able to get close to my island. I can continue my trip around the island. Now I know that I am stronger than the currents around the island. I feel good. I feel strong. Soon I find a small river. I go up the river, but I get nowhere because soon the river is very narrow. Stones block the way. I can't continue. I leave the canoe where it is. I want to explore this part of the island. I am not far from the part of the island which I know. Soon I find the way to my house in the valley. I am very tired from the trip. Soon I sleep. Then I hear a voice. I wake up. The voice is saying my name. Robinson, where are you? Robinson, where are you? First I am scared, but then I see my parrot Pole. He sits on top of the fence. He knows these words from me, and he is saying these words with the same intonation as me. I am surprised when I see him here. I think, why isn't he at home? But I am happy when I see him. I don't go back to the canoe. I return home with the parrot. I don't make such a trip for a year. I stay in my house most of the time. I make more tools and pots. I can also make very nice baskets now. Chapter 18. Foot. It is 11 years after my first day on the island. One day, I see that I don't have much gunpowder. It starts to worry me. I need gunpowder if I want to hunt animals. My first goat is very old. I want meat, but I don't have the heart to kill her. One day, she dies a natural death. With less and less gunpowder, I have to find another way how to get meat. I decide to make a trap. I am not successful at the beginning, but then I catch 3 young goats. They are 1 male and 2 females. I take them home with me. I keep the goats inside a small area. I make a fence around the area, but the area is too small for 3 goats. So, I make a fence for them around a bigger area. It takes me 3 months to build this fence, but the area is very nice. There is a lot of grass and water for them. After some time, the young goats are very calm. Soon, they eat from my hand. In 2 years, I have 12 goats inside my fence, and in 3 years, I have more than 20 goats. I have a lot of milk and meat thanks to this. I experiment a little, and after some time, I am able to make cheese and butter. My table is full now, and I have a lot of animals around me. I have my old dog, goats, and my parrot. The only thing which I still miss is somebody for a conversation. One day, I go to the part of the sea where the strong current is. On the way there, I think about how strange I look. I have a big hat, a short jacket, and short trousers. They are all made from animal skin. I don't have socks or shoes, but I put some goat skins around my feet. I have 2 belts. 1 belt is for the gun and knife, and 1 belt for the gunpowder. I also carry a basket on my back and an umbrella above my head. My beard is very long. I see that after 11 years on the island, I don't look like an Englishman. I'm a different person. One day I am walking on the beach. I'm going to check my canoe. Then I see something surprising. I see a mark of a human foot on the sand. I look around, but I see nobody. I am scared. I run back to my house. I am so scared that it is difficult to sleep at night. Then I think maybe it is all only my imagination, or maybe it is the mark of my own foot, and it is stupid to be scared. After this thought, I feel better. I leave my house and I go look at the mark again. Chapter 19. Cannibals. When I come to the mark of the foot, I see that the mark is much bigger than my foot. It's impossible that it's my foot. I'm scared again. I start to panic. I want to destroy my cornfields. I want to destroy my valley house. I need to hide my activity on the island. I'm so afraid that I can't sleep the whole night. Finally, I sleep a little in the morning. My head is clear when I wake up. Now it isn't so strange that people live on the islands around. I think maybe this is their first visit here. Maybe this island is not interesting for them. Maybe it's also their last visit here. I feel better after these thoughts, but I want to do something for my protection if the people come again. During the following month, I make another fence around my house. I make holes in the fence. Through these holes, I can easily shoot from guns if I'm attacked. Now I have a house which is very well protected. Nobody can come easily near me. I also worry about my goats. I divide the goats in 2 groups. I build a smaller fence in another part of the island. I put 1 group of the goats there. It takes me a lot of time, but my animals are safe. After 16 years on the island, something very sad happens. My dog dies. I cry for 3 days. It's my worst day on the island. Fortunately, I have my goats. I go to them and I tell them how sad I am. They don't understand my words, but I feel that they understand me. They feel my emotions. They are unusually calm and quiet. It's now 2 years after the foot in the sand on the beach. One day when I'm walking on the beach, I think that I see a canoe far in the sea. I'm not sure, so I continue to walk. Then I see a thing which shocks me. The beach is full of parts of human bodies. Heads, hands, feet, fingers, and teeth are everywhere. There is a black place after a fire. I'm angry, but also scared. I can't look at this horrible scene for a long time. I have a horrible feeling in my stomach. I go back home and I think about what to do. Now I can't go out to sea with my canoe. I have no chance against a group of cannibals in the open sea. I also can't use guns because the sound of a gun is very loud. But I always have guns with me for protection. I think that maybe in the future I can kill some cannibals and I can save their prisoners. I look for a place near the beach where I can hide and prepare for the attack. Then I change my opinion. I think that it's not good to fight the cannibals. I don't know these people. They don't attack me. Maybe it isn't good to attack them. Finally, I stop the preparations for the attack. I decide to attack them only if they attack me first. Chapter 20. Cave. I'm hiding my activity on the island. I'm very careful. I try not to be loud. I'm worried when I make a fire. But I need fire because I need to cook. So when I make a fire, I try to make only little smoke. Smoke can go very high. People can see smoke from a big distance. One day, I discover a small cave in the forest. The cave is near the beach. I go inside. When my eyes are okay with the dark, I see two eyes. The eyes are looking at me. I jump outside. I'm scared to death. I wait, but nothing happens. I go slowly to the beginning of the cave, and I listen. I hear something. It is some animal. I think that the animal is injured. I take my gun, and I go in the cave slowly. When my eyes can see again, I see an old goat. The goat is dying in the cave. I return to the cave the next day. I see that the goat is dead. I look around the place. I see that the place is very safe. It's a good place near the beach where I can hide. So I bring some guns and some gunpowder there. It's 23 years after my first moment on this island. I live comfortably now. I have many animals around me. Pole is repeating my name and some other words very nicely. I have 2 other parrots. I teach them how to say my name. I have more than 30 goats. One day, I'm walking to my fields in the morning when I see fire on the beach. I quickly return to my house. I prepare all my guns. I take my telescope. I go close to the beach. I hide behind a tree. I watch what is happening on the beach. I see 9 naked people. They have 2 canoes, and they are leaving. When they leave, I go to the beach. The beach is full of blood and bones again. I'm angry again. I decide to kill them if I see them again. But they don't return for a long time. One day in the evening after a big storm, something strange happens. I hear the sound of a gun at sea. I go to the beach. I see a light. The light is coming from the sea, but it's very far. Then I hear the gun again. I know that some ship is near my island. The ship is in danger. The ship is asking for help, but it's very dark. I don't see the whole ship. I take a lot of dry wood. I make a big fire on the beach. The men on the ship probably see the fire because they shoot again. I think I can speak to somebody tonight. This is great. I keep the fire until midnight, but nobody comes to my beach. It's very strange. I don't understand it. I think, where are the men from the ship? Chapter 21. Visitors. The next day in the morning, I see the ship. The ship stops very far from the beach. The ship looks empty. I don't understand it. I expect the people from the ship. I really want to speak with somebody. I miss communication with real people very much. I take my canoe. I go to the ship. I want to see if somebody is alive. The ship looks Spanish. The ship is completely destroyed. When I'm close to the ship, I see a dog. He is very happy when he sees me. I give him bread and I give him water. He is hungry and very thirsty. I find nobody on the ship. Where are the men from the ship? I think it's very strange. I don't have an answer to this question. It's a mystery. There are many boxes with different things on the ship. Some boxes are small, some boxes are big. I find bottles with alcohol in some big boxes. But these boxes are too heavy. I can't take them on the canoe. I find guns and gunpowder. I take them to the canoe. I also find some other useful things. I return to the island in the evening with some small boxes on my canoe. I have some new shirts and also gold, silver, and a lot of gunpowder. The gunpowder is important for me on the island. Gunpowder is more useful than money or gold. There is something else what I need very much. I need shoes. I find 2 pairs of shoes on board the ship. I take them with me. I put all my new things in the cave. I make 5 trips to the ship. I take everything useful for me. Then I hide the canoe. Everything goes back to normal. Time goes quickly. I often think about the men from the ship and the cannibals on the beach. One night in March, I have an interesting dream. In the dream, I see 2 canoes with cannibals who come to the beach. One of their prisoners runs away. He comes to my house. I save him. Then he becomes my friend. He helps me go through the dangerous waters around the island. I wake up, but the dream stays in my mind. I believe that if somebody helps me, it's possible to get away from the island. Maybe I can save one of the prisoners of the cannibals. I decide to watch the beach more. I go every day around the beach for the next 2 years. I hope to see the canoes. My wish becomes reality one afternoon. I see 5 canoes with more than 30 men on the beach. I can't attack so many men. I have to wait. I watch them with my telescope. The visitors make a fire. They dance around the fire. I also see 2 other men. They are tied. They are prisoners. After some time, the cannibals take one tied man to the fire. They kill the man. The cannibals paint their bodies with his blood. It's like a theater. But this isn't a theater. It's real. It's horrible. But I can do nothing. There are too many cannibals. The second man is waiting on the side. When the cannibals don't look, the second man jumps up and he starts to run away. He is running in my direction. I run to the beach and I hide behind a tree. I see that only 2 cannibals run after him. This is the right moment to save the prisoner. The man runs fast, but the cannibals are faster. They are closer and closer to him. I prepare 2 guns, and I'm waiting behind the tree. Chapter 22. Friday. The prisoner is running directly to my tree. But he doesn't see me. I don't move. Then he runs around me. I'm still behind the tree. When the first cannibal runs close to me, I jump from behind the tree. He is shocked. I shoot him. The second cannibal sees this. He tries to shoot an arrow at me. I have to shoot him too. The prisoner stops when he hears the gun. He turns. He is scared. I smile at him. I show him that it's okay to come closer. He comes to me. He goes down to his knees. He puts his head on the ground. Then he takes my foot. He puts my foot on his head. I show him that he can stand up. He stands up. He looks at the dead cannibals. He goes to their bodies. He looks at the holes in their bodies. He probably can't understand why the cannibals are dead. It's unbelievable for him. He takes the arrows from the dead men. We take the bodies of the cannibals. We hide the bodies in the forest near. Then we go to the deeper forest. I take the man to my cave. The cave is my secret. Nobody can find us there. I give him bread, meat, and some water. He is very tired. He sleeps immediately. I have an opportunity to look at him. I see that he is young, slim, but very strong. I think that he is about 25 years old. He has long black hair, dark skin, and a pleasant face. I let him sleep and I go outside. I sit near the cave and I watch the space around the cave. Some cannibals can come and look for us, but they don't come. 3 hours later, the man comes out of the cave. He shows me how happy he is that he is alive and safe. I speak to him. I give him a name. His name is Friday because it's Friday today. I tell him my name, and I teach him yes and no. We stay in the cave at night. The next day, we go on top of the hill. I see through my telescope that the canoes are gone. We are alone on the island. We go carefully to the beach. First, we go to the place with the bodies of the dead cannibals. When we find them, Friday wants to eat them. I'm angry. I show Friday that it's not good to eat them. Here, I understand that Friday is also a cannibal. We bury the cannibals. Then we walk to the beach. What we see is horrible. There are human bones on the sand. The sand is red with blood. We collect all the body parts. We prepare a big fire. I want to burn the body parts in the fire. We go to my house. I make a little tent for Friday. The tent is between the two fences which are around my house. I'm a little scared. I don't know if Friday can hurt me. After some time, I see that I don't have to be scared. Friday is a very good man. He is like a son, and I'm like a father to him. In many situations later, he shows me that he wants to give his life for me. I'm very happy that I have Friday on the island. I begin to teach him. I teach him what he needs to know about life like a European. First, I teach him some new words. I start with hi, hello, bye, thank you. It isn't easy at the beginning, but I'm patient. I'm happy that I can speak to somebody. Chapter 23. Conversation. I'm happy that Friday is on the island. I want to show him what I eat. I shoot a young goat. Friday is scared of the gun. He doesn't understand how such a small thing can kill a goat. He doesn't want to touch the gun. We make a soup. When I cook the soup, Friday goes to the forest and he brings some herbs. He puts the herbs in the soup. The herbs are similar to pepper. The soup smells fantastic. The soup tastes fantastic too. The next day, we cook goat meat with sauce. Again, Friday, bring some herbs and also plants. The herbs make the sauce taste great. We make a nice salad from the plants. I teach Friday how to prepare corn and bake bread. Soon he can bake very good bread. Then we make my field bigger because we want to have more corn. In all activities, Friday helps me a lot. He can also catch fish very well. Our cooperation is simply great. We are a good team. I want to teach Friday English. I want to teach him fast. I want to be a good teacher. I take my role very seriously. I think about the best method how to teach Friday English. When I speak fast, Friday doesn't understand, so I try to speak slowly. I also speak only in the present, and I use simple words. I also say only short sentences. Now Friday understands more. We speak about many topics. When Friday doesn't understand something, I point at it, or I explain the word to him. If it doesn't help, I make a picture in the sand. Soon, Friday starts to understand many sentences in the present. He also starts to use some words. His pronunciation is very bad at the beginning, but it isn't important for me. I understand him, and I'm very happy that somebody speaks to me. Friday is a good student. He is clever, he improves quickly. Soon he can say some words like an Englishman. Of course, not all words, but the words which he says correctly make me very happy. I see that Friday very often repeats aloud what I say. I think that it also helps him to learn so fast. I think learning a language is quite easy. You only need to copy what you hear, and if you don't understand something, you need a picture. Then you need a lot of practice. This is the best system. Friday's progress is fast. He is able to talk more and more every day. In a couple of months, we can have a nice conversation. Friday likes my tools. They are very interesting for him. He especially likes the telescope. He borrows the telescope very often. He goes to one hill and he watches everything around. One day we speak about Friday's people and why they have enemies. He says there is a war between two groups of local people. We are neighbors, but we don't like each other. We have many conflicts. There is never peace. We kill each other whenever we can. Friday tells me that they eat human meat like their enemies. They also do rituals when they catch their enemies. Friday tells me about the sea and the currents in the sea. Thanks to Friday, I know more about the history, culture, and traditions of his people. Chapter 24. Knife. I tell Friday my story. I describe England and Europe to him. I tell him about our cities, schools, ships, and traveling around the world. I tell him that education is important in Europe and that we study from books. It's all new to him. Friday's people don't need schools on the islands. They have all what they need for their life. When I feel that I can trust him enough, I show him how gunpowder works. I teach him how to use a gun. I give him a knife and a belt. He is happy with my presence. He says that it's not the first time when he sees such a knife. He says that some white men live with them on their island. He counts 17 Europeans. I think that these men can be the sailors from the Spanish ship. Friday tells me that they are okay. I'm happy when I hear that some Europeans live not very far from my island. I start to plan how to meet them. The next day, we go on a small trip around the island. First, we go to the cross, where I want to mark another day. "What is it?" asks Friday when we come to the cross. I explain that we have 7 days in a week. These days are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. When Friday hears the word Friday, he laughs. I explain to him why his name is Friday. Now he fully understands the meaning of his name. During the walk, Friday tells me if we build a canoe, we can go to my island. I take Friday to the other side of the island. I show him my canoe there. But he says, "This canoe is too small for 2 people. We have to make a bigger canoe." So we start to make a bigger canoe. We have to cut a big tree, and I show him how to cut the inside of the tree. It takes us a month to make the canoe, and it takes us 2 days to move the canoe to the beach. The canoe is ready, and we are ready too. The day before we want to go, Friday goes to the beach. He comes back very quickly. He looks very scared. He says that there are 3 canoes on the beach. He is scared because he thinks that the cannibals are here because they want to find him. I tell him, "Don't worry. We are strong. And maybe they don't come for you today. Let's wait and watch. We take 15 guns. We go on top of a hill. We see 14 cannibals, 2 prisoners, and 3 canoes on the beach. They stop close to the place where the forest is near the beach. It's good, because it's easier to attack them and save the prisoners. We go to them quietly through the forest. I think about my right to kill them. I have no reason to shoot so many people who do nothing wrong to me. After some thinking, I decide only to watch and attack them, only if it's necessary." Chapter 25. Father. When we are very close to the beach, we see that the cannibals are around the fire. They start to eat the first prisoner. The second prisoner is still alive. He isn't one of Friday's people. He is European. The cannibals want to eat him too. I decide to save him if it's possible. We move closer to the cannibals, but we are still hidden behind the trees. 12 cannibals are still around the fire, but 2 cannibals go for the white man. When I see this, I prepare the guns. I ask Friday if he can do the same. Then we shoot quickly at the cannibals from 6 guns. We kill 3 and seriously injure 2 of the cannibals. The other cannibals jump up, but they don't know where to run. They don't know from which direction the danger comes. Some run to their canoes, some stay on the beach. We continue to shoot. We shoot 3 other cannibals. After that, we take our guns and we run to the beach. We shout very loud. I run to the prisoner, and Friday shoots another cannibal who is near. I free the European. He says something in Spanish to me. I give him a gun. He is weak, but he can shoot. The cannibals are shocked by our quick attack. Our unusual guns scare them a lot. Only 2 cannibals try to fight us. We shoot them with our guns. Friday fights very well. He quickly kills 1 cannibal who is injured. The second injured cannibal runs to the forest. Friday runs after him, and he kills him with his knife. Only 3 cannibals are able to run away. They jump in their canoe, and they start to leave. Friday shoots at them, but he doesn't hit them. It's dangerous to let them go because they can tell their people about us. We want to jump in 1 canoe, and we want to follow them. But to our surprise, we find another man on the bottom of the canoe. He is scared. He doesn't see the fight. He only hears the fight. Ropes are around his neck. He is in great pain. It's difficult for him to breathe. I quickly cut the ropes. When Friday sees him, he starts to cry. Then he laughs and he hugs the man. Then he jumps and begins to dance around him. Then he cries and laughs at the same time. When the strongest emotions are gone, Friday tells me that the prisoner is his father. I feel tears in my eyes when I see the son's love for his father. This happy incident delays us, and the cannibals are already gone. Friday massages his father's hands and feet. The massage helps him. It brings more blood to the hands and feet. Soon his father feels much better. When they talk, Friday suddenly jumps up. He runs to the forest very fast. When he comes back, he has a bottle full of fresh water. He gives the water to his father, who is extremely thirsty. After he drinks, I ask Friday to give the rest of the water to the Spanish. He needs water very much, too. The Spanish thanks me a lot. He has problems to walk. He is very weak. I ask Friday to massage his feet too. It helps him. Then I want to help the Spanish go to the canoe because it's very difficult for him to walk. We want to take our new guests to our house. But Friday is young and strong. He has a lot of power. He takes the Spanish on his back and carries him to the canoe. He carefully puts him inside the canoe. Chapter 26. Dinner. When the Spanish is inside the canoe, Friday jumps out of the canoe. He pushes the canoe along the beach. Soon we reach the place near our house. Friday helps our new guests out of the canoe, but they aren't able to walk. We have to carry them to our home. We have another problem. When we reach our house, Friday's father and the Spanish can't go over the fence. I think about the solution. First, I want to pull them over the fence, but the cannibals are already gone. There is no danger from them now, so we can stay outside the fence. We make a tent for them outside the fence. We prepare soft beds for them, too. When we finish this, I start to cook dinner. Friday brings some fish, and we cook them quickly. We have dinner together in the tent. Friday translates for me because the Spanish can speak Friday's language. After the dinner, Friday goes back to the beach. He brings back all the weapons. The next day, we bury the bodies of the killed cannibals. It's a lot of work. I speak with Friday's father the next morning. I want to know what he thinks about the cannibals. I ask, can they return? Can they attack us? He says no, they can't attack us. They are scared of the guns. They think that you and Friday are spirits sent from heaven. I'm still worried that the cannibals can return, but they never return. When our guests are strong enough, I begin to think about the journey by sea again. I ask the Spanish why he is on these islands. He says that he is from the Spanish ship. He says that there are 16 Europeans on Friday's island. They are Spanish and Portuguese. They want to go home, but they can't build a ship because they have no tools. I show the Spanish the tools which I have from the ship. He says that with my tools, it's possible to build a ship. I think that the Spanish and Friday's father can return to their island. They can tell other Europeans about my tools. Together, we can build a ship. Then we can go to Brazil or Havana or maybe Europe. But the Spanish want something else. He says, it would be better if we wait for some time. There isn't enough food for 16 other men on the island. We need more food to eat when we build the ship. I agree with him. He and Friday's father help us expand the fences and fields. We catch more goats. Now we have 50 goats. We collect a lot of fruit. Then we dry the fruit. We also prepare the materials for the ship. I choose some trees. I show the others how to cut the trees. Then we make long and thin pieces. Soon we have a lot of food. We have a lot of corn. We need more baskets and pots for the corn. The Spanish knows how to make baskets. He has a great talent. His baskets are excellent. He uses a special technique when he makes baskets. The technique is fast and effective. He makes the baskets 3 times faster than me. I want to learn his technique. He teaches me. I'm not as fast as the Spanish, but I'm faster than before. Chapter 27. Englishman. We put all the food in my cave. The food is safe there. The Spanish and Friday's father can go back. They can bring the other men here. We give them food and 4 guns in case the cannibals want to attack them again. Then they take the canoe and they go away. 2 days pass when something unusual happens. Friday wakes me up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Are they here? I ask Friday. He says no. But somebody else is here. There is a boat at sea. I go to the top of the nearest hill. I see the boat. It's clear that these people are not the friends from Friday's Island. The boat comes from a different direction. I also see a ship. I know this shape. The ship is English. I'm confused. It's true that I'm happy when I see Englishmen after 27 years on the island, but I'm also worried the island isn't near ways of English ships. I don't remember any storm yesterday. So, why are they here? Maybe the men are pirates. Maybe they want to hide something on the island. I decide to be very careful. Friday and I stay in the forest, and we watch them. The boat comes to the beach, and I count 11 men. Soon I see that they are all Englishmen. 3 men have hands tied together. The 8 other men take them to the beach. 2 prisoners are calm, but the 3rd prisoner tries to say something. He looks very scared. He asks the men in the boat for something. When Friday sees this, he turns to me and he tells me that Englishmen also eat people. I tell him that they definitely don't plan to eat them. I think that they want to shoot them. After some time, we see that this isn't their plan. The men from the boat start to explore the island. The 3 tied prisoners sit on the beach with 2 men as guards. The prisoners look very sad. Their situation is bad. Low tide comes soon. The level of the sea is low. Their boat is on the sand. They can't move the boat. I hear them say, "We have to wait and leave with the next high tide. This gives us some hours." Friday and I stay in the forest until dark. Then I see that the men who stand the guard start to sleep. The 3 prisoners sit under a tree quite close to us. It looks like they are also quite far from the other sailors. We can come closer to them. When we are very close to them, I speak quietly to them. We are still behind the trees, and they can't see us. When they hear my voice, they can't believe that somebody speaks English to them from the dark forest. "What is that?" asks one of the men. "I hear something. I hear a tree speak," answers the other. "But it's impossible. A tree can't speak English." "Yes, you hear something, but it's not a tree," I say quietly. "My name is Robinson Crusoe. I'm an Englishman. I live on this island. I can help you if you tell me who you are." After the first shocking moment, one man answers my question. He is the captain of the ship. But after a rebellion on the ship, the captain, his assistant, and a passenger are prisoners. The other sailors want to leave them on the island. The captain says the truth is that there are only 2 dangerous sailors who control the others in the group. 80% of them are still loyal to me. If the leaders are caught, the rest can return under my control. Chapter 28. Control. I say I can help you, but I have one condition. I want full control over the ship if we manage to get the ship back. The captain and the other 2 prisoners agree. They give me full control over the ship and over their lives. We free the prisoners. Then we go back to the forest. I give them guns, and we start to plan the attack. In the middle of our conversation, we see that the sailors who stand guard wake up. They stand up. They shout to 3 other men who are near them. At that moment, we shoot the guards. Then the captain speaks to the 3 other men. He doesn't want to shoot them, but they must be loyal to him and help him get the ship back. They agree. We tie them and leave them on the beach. The other 3 men who hear the shots come back. They see that the situation is changed. We are 5. We have a lot of guns. The situation is bad for them. They also say that they want to be loyal to the captain. We tie these men too. We hide our 6 prisoners in the forest. Then I and the captain have finally time to talk to each other. I tell him my story and he is shocked. He also thanks me a lot for my help. He and his two friends are hungry. So, we go to my house. I show them the results of my work during all the years on the island. They are surprised when they see what I have. But we don't have much time to explore my home. We have to plan how to get the ship back. There are 16 men on board, and we are only 5. First, we decide to take everything out of the boat. We think that the sailors can send another boat to the island if the men from the first boat don't come back with the next high tide. In the morning, we hear a gun. It's a signal from the ship. After some time, we hear the gun again and again. There is no answer. Then we see that the sailors take another boat and go to the beach. We see 8 men. They all have guns. The captain tells me that 6 men are still loyal to him. But there is also the man who is the leader of the rebellion. The captain thinks that it's difficult to beat them. But I tell him that we have a good chance to win, but we have to do something quickly. The captain trusts 2 of our prisoners. They promise to fight on our side. We give them weapons. We are 7 men ready to fight. We wait for the arrival of the boat. When the boat reaches the beach, the men jump out of the boat. They pull the boat on the beach. Then they run to the other boat. They are surprised when they see the boat empty. They call their friends. They shout. Then they shoot in the air, but it's all useless. Nobody shouts back. The sailors are confused. They don't understand the situation. They start to put the boat in the water again. It looks like they want to go back to the ship to tell the others that there is a problem. When the captain sees this, he is afraid that they can go back to the ship and leave the island forever. But 10 seconds later, the sailors change their plan. Now they leave 3 men in the boat. The other 5 men go to the forest to look for their friends. Chapter 29. Plan. We continue to watch all the actions of both groups. The 5 men in the forest sit down under a tree. They discuss what to do. They argue a little. After a long conversation under the tree, they get up. Then they walk to the beach. Maybe they don't want to look for friends. We have to do something quickly. We can't let them go back to the boat. I have a plan. I tell the assistant to go more to the center of the island. Friday goes with him. Then they shout at the sailors. When the sailors hear this, they shout back. Then they go in the direction of the voice. Friday and the assistant continue to shout back. They take the sailors to the opposite side of the island. This strategy works very well. The 5 men are soon very far from the beach. This is very good for us. We go to the 3 men in the boat. We explain the situation to them. They decide not to fight us. They become our prisoners too. After some time, Friday and the assistant return. The sailors are very far from the beach. The sailors can't return soon. We hide, and we wait for them. When the sailors return, they are very tired. First, they go to the boat. They are surprised when they don't find the 3 men. They call their friends, but nobody answers. The leader and 2 other men walk to the forest where we are hiding. The captain and Friday attack them when they are close to us. The leader is killed immediately. The second man is injured. The third man runs back to the boat. Then we all go out of the forest. We run to the boat. The captain speaks to the sailors. He tells them to give up. When the sailors understand the situation, they drop their weapons quickly. We decide to tie the prisoners, but we don't tie all of them. The captain trusts 3 of the men. We don't tie these 3 men. Now we are 10 men. We start to plan how to get the ship. After some discussion, we know what to do. Friday and I stay on the island. We have to watch the prisoners. The captain, His assistant and the passenger take the clothes of some of the prisoners. They want to look like them. Then the captain and his sailors take the boat. They go to the ship. When they are near the ship, they speak to the men on the ship. They tell them that it isn't possible to find the other men. When all of the men from the boat are on the ship, the captain shows his face, and the attack begins. Some sailors are injured in the battle. Only one person is killed. It's the second leader of the rebellion. When the captain has his ship again, we hear 7 shots. It's the signal that the ship is in the captain's hands again. I'm happy when I hear the shots. Soon, the captain goes back to the island. He tells me that the ship is now under my control. I'm so happy. I start to cry. I cry so much that I can't speak. After 10 minutes, I'm able to speak again. I speak to the captain. I tell him how happy I am. The captain tells his men to bring a lot of food from the ship. We eat good food. We celebrate our victory and my departure from the island. We drink expensive wine. We eat pork, beef, and vegetables. We eat biscuits for dessert. I'm very happy when I eat this food again. The captain gives me new clothes. I have new clothes after a long time. The clothes are very light. They are a little uncomfortable at first, but it's soon okay. When the party is finished, we discuss what to do with the 5 prisoners whom the captain doesn't trust. The men are really horrible. The captain doesn't want to take them on board the ship as prisoners. It's too dangerous. I tell the captain to discuss it with the prisoners. Maybe they want to stay on the island. It's better for them, because their rebellion means death in England. We go to them, and we explain the situation. They have to choose between death in England and life on the island. I think that it's fair to let them decide. They decide to stay on the island. We put them in the cave. The cave is now the prison. I tell them to wait for more orders. Son, I need some time to prepare for the journey. I need to plan what to take with me. But then I see that I don't need to take many things. I decide to take my dog, my parrot, my book, and some other small things. I also take the money, gold, and silver, which are from the ships. They are finally useful to me. I meet with the prisoners again. I show them my corn and my animals, and I tell them about the island. Then I go on board the ship. We leave the island in December 1686. It's 27 years after my first step on the island. First, we go to the island where Friday's people live. The Spanish and Portuguese sailors are very happy when they see us. They are happy that we have a ship now. We don't have to build a new ship. We can go to Europe. My dog is very happy too. When he sees one of the Spanish sailors, he runs to him very quickly. He jumps upon him. He is extremely happy. The Spanish sailor is his owner. He is very happy too. He starts to cry when he sees his dog. It's a very emotional meeting. The sailors start to prepare for our journey across the ocean. Friday has to make a decision. He can stay with his people, or he can go to Europe with me. He needs some time to think about it. We stay on the island. One night, in the morning, I ask Friday if he knows what to do. He tells me that he wants to go with me to Europe. He prepares everything for the journey. We are ready to go. We start our journey. 2 months later, after a safe journey across the ocean, we arrive in London. For me, it's after 35 years. It looks like the whole world is different after those years. Some parts of London are new. There are some new houses, streets, roads, shops, parks, and a big bridge across the river. But it isn't all. People are also different. They have different clothes. Women have different hairstyles. Men have different hats and new types of guns. People use new tools, which I don't know. They have new names for these tools. It's all very interesting. The style of music in the pubs is also different. I hear new songs. I like this new style. I want to sing these new songs. From London, I return to my town, York. My parents are both dead. I find some relatives. My sister, my uncle, and my aunt are still alive. They are happy when they see me, but they think that I'm long dead. So I have no rights to the family's money or land, but I can stay and live in their house. England is a big shock to Friday. Everything is so new for him. It's all very interesting for him. He likes this new experience. What he doesn't like is the cold weather in winter. It's February. Snow and ice aren't good for him. It isn't logical for him why we live in such conditions. I tell him that in summer, the weather is much better. I send a letter to Brazil. I still remember the address very well. I want to contact people in Brazil. I want to know if my wife is still alive. I want to know if my plantation still exists, but I don't know what to expect after so many years. In May, I get a letter and some packets from my wife. She writes nice words to me. She writes about times when she waits for me. But 10 years after my departure, she doesn't believe that I'm alive. She marries again, and she has a new family, but her new husband is ill, and he dies. It's already 2 years now. She lives without a husband. I also get a letter from my wife's father. He is very old, but still alive. In his letter, he writes expenses and profit from my plantation during all these years. They both send me many nice presents. They send me some nice skins and a little box full of gold. They also send me some boxes of sugar to sell. My wife has also a big surprise for me. She writes that I have a son. It's great news. He is born 8 months after my departure. He is now a big man, and he wants to meet me. So many things happen in a short time. I can't believe that it's all true. I want to cry. Then I want to laugh. All the emotions are too much for me. I'm not able to be calm. I stand up. I sit down. I stand up again. I walk around the room. I laugh. Then I cry again. When I'm a little calm, I think about what to do. Chapter 31. Dash. Brazil. I think about another journey to Brazil. I want to see my son, my wife, and my plantation. I think that I can move to Brazil, but I don't know if my wife wants to live with me. After some longer thinking, I decide to go to Brazil, but only for a visit. I want to see if it's okay to live there again. I write to my wife. I ask her if it's okay to visit them for some days. With the letter, I send nice presents to her and her father's family. Then I get a letter from my wife. She writes that I'm welcome to visit them. Her invitation makes me happy. I start to plan another journey by sea. I buy nice presents for them. 2 weeks later, I'm ready to go. When we arrive in Brazil, I meet with my wife and my son. My wife is different now, but she is still very beautiful. My son is a big man. He is very strong. He is also very intelligent. He has his own family, too. He has also big responsibility. He manages plantations of all the family. He is responsible for a big land. My son speaks only Portuguese and a little Spanish. My Portuguese isn't very good after so many years. I don't remember many words. I remember only some basic words. But with practice, I start to remember words fast. In 2 weeks, I can have a basic conversation on many topics. And 1 month later, I'm able to speak very well. I'm very happy that I can speak with my wife and my son. We have so many things for a conversation. Brazil is also very different. People have different clothes. They build new types of houses. Plantations are much bigger. Many people work on them. I'm with my family for 3 months. I know that I'm not very far from my island. I think about visiting the island again. I want to see the island for some days. Friday also wants to see the island again. My son also wants to go. I think that it isn't a good idea. I know how dangerous the sea can be, but he wants to see the place which he knows only from my stories. We plan our journey. 2 weeks later, we leave Brazil. We go on a ship which goes to Havana. We have an agreement with the captain. He promises to stop at my island on the way there. When I arrive at my island, we meet with Friday's people. They now live on the island. I ask them, "Where are the prisoners?" They tell me that the prisoners are not on the island. They don't know where they are. Maybe they are all dead. Friday's people tell me that they don't eat Europeans. They eat only their enemies from other islands. I'm happy when I hear that. I want to stay on the island, and my son too. I ask the captain if he can take us back to Brazil on the way back. He agrees. I see many children who run around. It's interesting to see many people on my island. I see that the people on the island are very happy. Friday is happy there too. He meets a woman. He likes her very much. Friday asks me if it's okay that he stays on the island with his woman. He knows that he lives thanks to me. He doesn't want to leave me without my permission. I agree. He doesn't have to stay with me all his life. It's time for Friday to start his own family. I'm happy that he has a good woman. I'm happy when I see that they love each other. I respect Friday's decision to stay on the island. I walk around the island a lot. I want to visit all the places which I know from my life on the island. I have some favorite places. For example, the Fruit Valley. I spend a lot of time there. I like this place very much. My son likes the island too. He often walks around the island with me. I tell him many other stories about my life here. We stay on the island for 20 days. Then the ship from Havana comes. It's time to leave. We say goodbye to Friday and his people. When we leave the island, I have a strange feeling. I feel tears in my eyes. I like this place very much. My heart is connected with this island forever. Thank you for watching this story on Read and Learn English. We hope you enjoyed Robinson Crusoe's amazing journey. Remember, stories help you learn English naturally and easily. Keep reading, keep listening, and keep practicing every day. If you like this video, please give it a thumbs up, share it with friends, and subscribe to our channel for more easy English stories. See you in the next video, and never stop learning. Hello and welcome. I'm very happy you are here today. This video is made especially for people who want to improve their English skills. Whether you are a beginner or at an intermediate level, this story will help you practice your reading and listening. You can follow along with the words and hear how they sound in natural English. In this video, you will hear a simple but powerful story about a boy who grows up in a small village and faces many challenges. The story shows how he works hard, never gives up, and learns important lessons about success and life. As you listen and read, you will learn new words, understand sentence structures, and improve your English speaking and listening skills. Listening to stories is a great way to learn English. It helps you hear the correct pronunciation and rhythm of the language. Reading at the same time helps your eyes get used to English words and phrases. You can pause the video anytime to practice speaking or to check a word you don't know. You can also listen again to hear how sentences flow naturally. This video is perfect for anyone who wants to build confidence in English. It will also teach you important life lessons that can motivate and inspire you every day. So get comfortable, open your heart and mind, and enjoy the story. Remember, learning English is a journey, and every step you take is important. Let's begin together and enjoy this reading and listening practice. Thank you for choosing to spend your time learning English with me today. I hope you find this story helpful and inspiring. Chapter 1. A Simple Life in a Small Village. In a quiet village surrounded by green hills and rice fields, there lived a boy named Zaw. His home was small, made of wood and bamboo, with a roof that sometimes leaked when it rained. He lived with his parents and his younger sister. They didn't have much, but they had each other. His father worked as a farmer, and his mother sold vegetables in the local market. Every morning they woke up before the sun rose, ready to begin another hard day. Zaw was only 12 years old, but he already knew how tough life could be. He wore old clothes and broken shoes, and he carried his school books in a plastic bag because his family couldn't afford a backpack. He didn't complain. He knew his parents were doing their best, and he wanted to make them proud. Every day after school, Zaw helped his father in the fields. He carried water, pulled weeds, and sometimes helped plant rice. His hands were small, but they worked hard. At night, after dinner, he studied by candlelight because they didn't always have electricity. Some days he was tired. Some days he felt like giving up. But deep in his heart, he held a dream. Zaw dreamed of a better life. He wanted to be a teacher one day. He wanted to help other children learn, especially those who lived in villages like his. He believed education could change everything. It could lift his family out of poverty. It could help his sister go to school. It could make their lives easier. But most of all, it gave him hope. At school, Zaw was quiet but curious. He asked many questions, even when other students laughed at him. He didn't mind. He loved learning. His favorite subject was English. He practiced speaking even when he was alone. He would say sentences in front of the mirror, trying to sound like the people he heard on the radio. He believed that if he learned English well, more doors would open for him. But life in the village was not easy. Sometimes the rains didn't come, and the crops failed. There were days when they had very little food. Zaw had to walk 5 kilometers to school, and when it rained, the path turned into deep mud. Still, he never missed a day. He wrapped his books in a plastic bag and kept going. His classmates sometimes made fun of him. They laughed at his clothes and his dreams. "You think you'll become a teacher?" they said. "Look at you. You don't even have shoes." But Zaw stayed silent. He remembered what his father once told him. People may laugh at you, but never laugh at yourself. Believe in your dream even when no one else does. Zaw listened to that advice every day. At night, when the world was quiet, he opened his books and studied. He memorized words. He practiced reading. He wrote in a small notebook even when the pages were full. He didn't know how, but he believed something good would happen if he just kept going. His mother noticed how hard he worked. One evening, she brought him a small gift, an old English book she found in the market. "It's not much," she said, "but I know you'll use it well." Za smiled with joy. He opened the book and began reading immediately. It became his treasure. He read it every night, again and again, until he knew every word. Za didn't have a computer or the internet. He didn't have a tutor or a language center. But he had something many people forget: strong determination. He knew that if he wanted to change his life, he had to start with himself. He had to wake up early, study hard, work harder, and never give up. Each day in the village looked the same: school, farm work, study. But Z believed these simple days were building something great. He believed that one day all the hard work would make sense. He didn't know when, and he didn't know how, but he knew why. He wanted a better life for his family, his sister, and himself. And so, the boy in the small village continued his journey, quietly, slowly, but with a heart full of fire. Chapter 2. The First Big Failure. Za was working harder than ever. Every morning he woke up before sunrise to help his father in the field. Then he rushed to school, sat in the front row, and listened carefully to every word the teacher said. After school, he studied alone using his old English book, his small notebook, and his big dreams. He felt proud of his progress. His handwriting had improved. His grammar was getting better. He could read English stories and understand more than before. He even started helping his sister with her schoolwork. Deep inside, he thought, maybe I really can become a teacher one day. At the end of the school year, there was a big English exam. This exam was important. If Za passed, he would move to the next level and get a scholarship to attend a better school in the town. That school had computers, real English teachers, and even a library. It was a dream. Za studied harder than ever for the exam. He stayed up late every night. He practiced speaking aloud, repeated new words, and wrote short essays. He had never worked so hard for anything before. His mother said, "We believe in you, Za." His father smiled with quiet hope. Everyone in the family was excited. Finally, the day of the exam arrived. Za woke up early, dressed in his cleanest clothes, and walked to school with a heart full of nervous energy. In the exam room, he tried to stay calm. He read each question carefully and answered the best he could. Some parts were easy, others were harder than he expected, but he gave it everything he had. When the exam was over, Za felt proud. He believed he had done well. He walked home with a smile, already imagining what the town school would be like. He could see himself learning in big classrooms, speaking English with confidence, and someday returning to the village as a teacher. But 1 week later, everything changed. The exam results were posted on the school wall. Students gathered around, pointing and shouting. Za pushed through the crowd, searching for his name. He looked once, then twice. His name was not on the list. He had failed. His heart sank. For a moment, he couldn't believe it. He checked again, hoping he had missed it. But the truth was there, clear and painful. He had not passed. The scholarship was gone. The dream school was no longer possible. Everything he had worked for was gone in a single moment. Za walked home slowly, carrying a heavy weight in his heart. His mother looked at his face and understood. His father said nothing, but the sadness in the room was deep. That night, Z didn't open his books. He didn't light the candle. He just lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. Maybe I'm not smart enough, he thought. Maybe the others were right. Maybe I was just dreaming too big. The next morning, he didn't want to go to school. He felt ashamed. He imagined the other students laughing at him. He imagined his teacher feeling disappointed. But when he saw his little sister getting ready, tying her books with a string, something changed inside him. She looked at him and asked, "Will you still help me with my homework today?" Za looked into her eyes. They were full of trust and love. In that moment, he realized something important. His dream wasn't just about himself. It was about his family, about hope, about showing others that failure doesn't mean the end. It just means you have to try again. That night, he picked up his book again. He lit the candle. He opened his notebook, and he started studying. He didn't know when the next chance would come, but he promised himself one thing: he would not quit. Failure had knocked him down, but it had also woken him up. It had shown him how much his dream meant. And from that day on, Za's heart became even stronger. He whispered to himself, "I failed once. That's true. But I will rise again. I will try harder. I will not stop until I succeed." Chapter 3. Working harder than everyone else. The failure hurt Za deeply, but he didn't let it break him. Instead, it woke up something powerful inside him. He had tasted disappointment, and now he wanted success even more. He made a silent promise to himself. From now on, I will work harder than anyone else. I will give everything I have. Za began every day before the sun rose. While the village still slept, he was already out in the fields with his father. They walked through the morning mist, their feet wet with dew, carrying tools and buckets. Za helped plant seeds, carry water, and cut weeds. Even though the work was hard and the sun was hot, he didn't complain. He knew his father worked this hard every day just to feed the family. Z wanted to be strong like him. After the farm work, Za quickly washed, changed clothes, and grabbed his books. He had only a short time to eat before he had to walk 5 kilometers to school. The road was rough, and during the rainy season, it turned into deep mud. But he kept walking even when his shoes got stuck or his clothes got dirty. He didn't care. He had a goal in his heart, and nothing would stop him. At school, Za sat in the front row. He listened carefully to every word the teacher said. He took notes, asked questions, and stayed focused. While some students passed notes or laughed at jokes, Za kept his eyes on the blackboard. He didn't have expensive books or a smartphone to look up words, but he used everything he had: his mind, his ears, his heart. After school, while others played football or rested, Zaw went straight home to help his mother. He carried water from the well, collected firewood, and helped prepare dinner. His little sister followed him everywhere, asking questions and smiling. He always made time to teach her a few English words, just like a real teacher. In the evening after dinner, when the house was quiet, Za opened his books. Sometimes the power was out, so he lit a candle. He read slowly and carefully. He wrote down new words in a notebook he had covered in plastic to keep safe from the rain. He repeated difficult sentences again and again until he understood. He didn't just study English. He also worked hard on math, science, and Burmese. But English was special to him. It felt like a key that could open doors to the world, to new ideas, to opportunities he couldn't yet imagine. Sometimes he was tired. Sometimes he wanted to sleep early. But he pushed himself to stay awake. He reminded himself, if I don't work now, I will stay here forever. But if I try, maybe my life will change. Weekends were not for rest. While others relaxed, Za worked even harder. On Saturdays, he went to the market with his mother to help carry vegetables and sell them. On Sundays, he visited the temple, where he asked the monks if he could borrow old books. He read everything he could find, even books with missing pages, even books with words he didn't understand. And when he didn't understand something, he didn't give up. He asked his teacher at school. He asked older students. He repeated the lesson until it made sense. He didn't feel embarrassed anymore. He knew that asking questions was a sign of strength, not weakness. Over time, people began to notice. His teacher said, "Zaw, you are improving very fast." His classmates, who once laughed at him, now asked him for help. Even the village elders smiled when they saw him reading under the tree or walking to school with his plastic-wrapped books. But Za didn't let the praise change him. He stayed humble. He knew he still had a long way to go. He hadn't reached his dream yet, not even close. But he felt stronger now. His routine was not just about studying or working. It was about building discipline, growing his mind, and preparing for the next big chance. Every day was a small step forward, and step by step, Zaw was becoming something greater than even he realized. Chapter 4. People laugh, but he keeps going. Zaw had changed. He was no longer the quiet boy who sat at the back of the class, afraid to speak. Now he studied hard, asked questions, and helped others. But not everyone supported him. Some people still laughed at his dreams. At school, a few classmates made fun of him. "Look at Zaw with his broken sandals and his old books," one boy said. "He thinks he's going to be a teacher, maybe even a rich man." Others laughed loudly. "Maybe he will fly to London next year," they joked. Zaw heard the laughter. He felt it in his chest like a sharp pain. At first it made him sad. He wanted to explain himself, to say, "I'm not better than you. I just want a better life." But he stayed quiet. He had learned something important. You don't have to answer every voice. You just have to keep walking. After class, When others went home to play or sleep, Zaw went to the library. It was small and dusty, with only a few English books, but to Z, it was a treasure chest. He sat in the corner reading with care. His classmates saw him and laughed again. "Why waste your time?" they said. "English won't help you in the village." But Za didn't stop. Even in the village, some adults didn't understand. One man said, "Za is a good boy, but he is dreaming too big. He should learn farming, not English." Another woman whispered, "He thinks he's smarter than the rest of us." Za heard these things, but he remembered his mother's words. Don't worry about what others say. Worry about what you believe. So he kept going. He kept waking up early to help his father in the fields. He kept walking the long road to school, rain or shine. He kept reading by candlelight when there was no electricity. He kept writing down new words and repeating them until they became part of him. Sometimes he felt lonely. He wished someone would say, "You can do it." But then he looked at his little sister, who still asked him for help with her homework. He looked at his father, who smiled proudly when Za shared what he learned in school. And that was enough. One day, a new teacher came to the village school. She was young, kind, and spoke English very well. During class, she noticed Za's hand always in the air. After school, she called him and asked, "Why do you work so hard, Za?" Za looked down for a second, then said quietly, "Because I want to change my life. I want to help my family, and I believe English is my way." The teacher smiled. "That's a beautiful reason," she said. "Keep going. You're on the right path." Her words felt like a light inside him. For the first time, someone outside his family had seen his effort and believed in it. Later, when Za went back to the library, he noticed something different. One of the boys who used to laugh was sitting nearby reading a book. Za looked at him, and the boy looked back but said nothing. Maybe he was curious. Maybe deep inside, he also wanted to learn. Za didn't say anything. He just smiled and turned back to his book. Over time, the laughter became less. Some classmates still joked, but others started respecting him. They saw that Za didn't give up, that he didn't care about clothes or money or showing off. He cared about learning, and that was powerful. Za knew that life wouldn't be easy. There would always be people who laughed, who didn't understand, who thought his dreams were foolish. But he also knew something stronger. What you believe matters more than what others say. And so, every time someone doubted him, he worked even harder. Every time someone laughed, he walked forward. Because Za had a dream, and no one, not the boys at school, not the gossiping villagers, not the voices of doubt, could stop him. Chapter 5. Finding a mentor who changed everything. One hot afternoon after school, Za stayed behind to clean the classroom. His classmates had already gone home, but he didn't mind. As he picked up the chalk pieces and wiped the blackboard, the new English teacher, Miss Theory, walked in with a gentle smile. "You're always the last to leave, Za," she said. Za smiled shyly. I like being here. It's quiet, and I can think. Miss Theory looked at his notebook lying open on the desk. It was filled with English words, grammar notes, and small drawings to help him remember things. She flipped through the pages and said, "You've taught yourself a lot. That takes real discipline." Za didn't know what to say. No teacher had ever spoken to him like that before. Then she asked a simple question that changed his life. "Would you like me to help you after school?" Za's eyes widened. "Really? You have time?" Miss Theory nodded. "If you're willing to work, I'm willing to guide you." From that day on, Za stayed after class 3 times a week. Miss Theory helped him with pronunciation, sentence building, and reading stories aloud. She corrected his mistakes, but always kindly. She gave him new books to read, ones with interesting stories and simple English. She even taught him how to write short essays and letters. But her help wasn't only about English. Miss Theory also taught him how to believe in himself. She often said, "Success isn't about being lucky. It's about being ready when the chance comes." Za listened to every word. Her lessons were more than just grammar rules. They were life lessons. She told him stories about her own childhood. She also grew up in a small village. Her parents were farmers, just like Za, but she studied hard, received a scholarship, and later became a teacher so she could return to help students like him. "Never forget where you come from," she said, "but don't let it decide where you're going." Za began to feel something new inside him, hope. Before meeting Miss Theory, he thought he had to do everything alone. But now he saw that one kind person could make a big difference. One day, she handed him a flyer. It was an announcement for a youth English camp in the nearby town. It was a weekend event where students from different schools came to learn and practice English together. Za looked at the paper. "I've never been to a camp before," he said nervously. "And my English, it's not that good yet." Miss Theory smiled. "That's why you should go. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to be brave." Za asked his parents for permission. At first, they were unsure. The town was far. They didn't have money for the bus. But when they saw how much it meant to him, his mother quietly sold some vegetables she had saved. His father gave him his old bag. "Go and learn," they said. "Then come back and teach us." The camp was a new world. There were over 50 students, all speaking English, playing games, and sharing ideas. At first, Za felt nervous and out of place, but he remembered Miss Theory's words, "Be brave." So he spoke slowly, carefully, but he spoke. He made mistakes, but no one laughed. In fact, other students clapped for him. A volunteer from Yangon came up to him after a session and said, "You have a strong voice. Keep speaking." By the end of the camp, Za had made new friends and, more importantly, new dreams. When he returned to the village, he told Miss Theory everything. "I want to join more programs," he said. "I want to become a person who helps others like you." She nodded. "Then you must keep working and never stop learning." From that point on, Za's learning felt different. He wasn't just studying to escape his struggles. He was learning to grow, to serve, to build something meaningful. He had found a mentor who believed in him, and that belief gave him wings. Chapter 6. A second chance to prove himself. Zaw's confidence had grown since the English camp. He was no longer afraid to speak in front of others. His heart still beat fast before he stood up, but now he spoke anyway. He made mistakes, but he kept trying. Each small success gave him more strength. One day at school, Miss Theory made an exciting announcement. Our school has been invited to take part in the regional English speech competition, she said. It's a chance to show what you've learned and meet students from other villages. Za sat up straight. He felt his heart beat faster. A speech competition in English. You don't have to be perfect, Miss Theory continued. You just need to speak with confidence and passion. That evening, Za told his parents. They didn't fully understand what a speech competition was, but when they saw the light in his eyes, they smiled. Try your best, his father said. We are proud no matter what. Miss Theory helped him choose a topic. After some thought, Za decided to speak about dreams, how even a poor village boy could hope for a better life. The topic was personal. It was his story. Every day after school, he stayed behind to practice. He stood in front of the empty classroom and read his speech out loud again and again. Miss Theory corrected his pronunciation, taught him how to pause, and showed him how to make eye contact. At night, Za practiced at home in front of a small mirror. He watched his face, listened to his voice, and worked to improve. His little sister sat nearby, clapping each time he finished. But not everyone believed in him. You think you're going to win? One classmate said. There are students from big towns with real teachers. You don't stand a chance. Za felt the old doubt returning. Maybe they were right. Maybe he wasn't good enough. But then he remembered the camp. He remembered how the other students clapped for him. And he remembered Miss Theory's voice. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to be brave. So he kept going. The day of the competition came. Za wore his best clothes, clean but simple. His parents walked him to the edge of the village and waved goodbye. Win or lose, his mother said, you are already a winner to us. The event was held at a large school in the town. Za had never seen such a big place. There were over 20 students from different villages and towns. Some had fancy clothes, polished accents, and beautiful slides. Za had only his voice and his story. When it was his turn, he stepped onto the stage. His hands shook a little, but he took a deep breath. He looked at the judges, then at the audience. He thought of his village, his family, and Miss Theory. And then he began. My name is Za. I come from a small village where most people don't speak English, but I believe that dreams can grow anywhere. He spoke from the heart. He shared his story, the struggles, the laughter, the late nights, and the hope. His voice was not loud, but it was full of truth. When he finished, the room was silent for a moment. Then came the applause. After all the speeches were done, the judges announced the results. Za didn't win first place, but he won something more meaningful. the Most Inspiring Speech Award. It wasn't about perfect English. It was about courage, honesty, and effort. He stood on stage holding the small certificate in his hands. His heart was full. He had proved something, not just to others, but to himself. When he returned to the village, Miss Theory met him at the school gate. "You did it," she said with a proud smile. Za nodded. "I didn't win the competition, but I won a second chance to believe in myself." Chapter 7. The Day of Truth. It was the night before the big exam. Za sat at his small wooden table, the one his father had built long ago. His lamp flickered slightly, but he didn't notice. His eyes were focused on his notebook. He had been studying for this test for months, the national exam that could decide his future. If he passed, he could apply for a scholarship and go to a better school in the city. If he failed, he would have to stay behind, helping on the farm like before. There was no second chance this time. He closed his book and looked up at the moon outside. The village was quiet. Everyone else was asleep, but he couldn't rest yet. His heart was full of thoughts. "Have I done enough?" he asked himself. "What if I forget everything tomorrow?" He remembered Miss Theory's words. "Don't fear the result. Trust your effort." Taking a deep breath, he finally closed his books and went to bed. But sleep didn't come easily. His mind kept repeating formulas, grammar rules, and essay ideas. The next morning, the sun rose slowly over the fields. Za got up early, washed his face, and wore his clean school uniform. His mother handed him a small bag with snacks, and his father gave him a strong pat on the back. No words were needed. Their eyes said everything. "We believe in you." The exam center was in a nearby town. Za rode there on the back of an old truck with other students. No one spoke much. Everyone was nervous. The air was filled with tension. When they arrived, students lined up outside a large school building. Some were reviewing notes. Others were whispering to themselves. Za stood quietly, eyes closed, trying to calm his racing heart. A bell rang. It was time. Inside the exam room, the air was cool. Rows of desks stood like soldiers. Za found his seat and sat down. The invigilator walked in with a serious face and handed out the papers. "Do not open the test until I say," she instructed. Za stared at the closed paper in front of him. His hands were slightly sweaty. His legs felt heavy. He whispered a small prayer in his heart, not for luck, but for focus. "Begin." He opened the test. The first page was English, his favorite. He smiled slightly and started writing. Vocabulary, grammar, reading comprehension. He answered carefully, one question at a time. The next part was math. Not his strongest subject, but he had practiced every night. When he got stuck on a problem, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and remembered what Miss Theory had taught him. Don't panic. Think slowly. Hour after hour passed. His hand hurt from writing. His eyes felt tired, but he kept going. Then came the final part, the essay. He had to write about a personal goal. His heart jumped. It was the perfect topic. He wrote about his dream of becoming a teacher one day. He described how he wanted to help students in poor villages just like Miss Theory had helped him. His words were simple, but full of meaning. When the final bell rang, he put down his pen. It was over. He walked out of the room feeling light and heavy at the same time. Some students looked happy, others looked worried. Zaw didn't know how to feel. He had done his best, but still doubt whispered in the back of his mind. On the way back to the village, he looked out at the passing trees and rice fields. Everything looked the same, but inside he felt different. He had faced his fear. He had given it everything he had. At home, his parents welcomed him with warm smiles and a hot meal. His little sister hugged him tightly. "Did you win?" she asked. Zaw smiled. "I don't know yet, but I didn't give up. That's what matters." That night, for the first time in many weeks, he slept peacefully. He had faced the day of truth, and he had walked through it with courage. Chapter 8. Success After Struggle. Weeks passed after the exam. Zaw returned to his daily life, helping his father in the fields, feeding the chickens, and walking his sister to school. But something was different now. He had faced his fear. He had finished the exam with full effort. Still, deep in his heart, he waited for the result. Each day he walked past the school notice board, hoping the results had arrived. Some of his classmates were confident, others looked worried. Zaw said nothing. He kept working, kept studying, kept believing. Then one morning, Miss Theory stood outside the classroom with a paper in her hand and a wide smile on her face. "The exam results are here," she said. All the students ran to the board. Zaw's heart pounded. He didn't want to look. What if he had failed? What if all the work meant nothing? But then, Miss Theory touched his shoulder. "Zahao," she said softly, "you did it. You passed with one of the highest scores in the region." Zaw's mouth opened in shock. He couldn't speak. His hands began to shake as he read his name beside the words, "Top 5%, eligible for scholarship interview." He had done it. The class clapped for him. Even the students who had once laughed at him smiled and gave him a thumbs up. "Well done, Zah," one said. "You really worked hard." Zah felt a warm pride rise inside him, not because he wanted to show off, but because this success had come from pain, sacrifice, and effort. He remembered the nights with the flickering lamp, the mornings in the cold field, and the moments of doubt. It had all led to this. When he got home, his mother saw the expression on his face. She didn't need to ask. She hugged him tightly. "I knew you would make us proud," she whispered. His father, a man of few words, gave a strong nod. "You've done well, son. You've opened a door for yourself." The news spread quickly through the village. People who once ignored Zaw now greeted him with respect. "You're the boy who passed the national exam, right?" a shopkeeper asked. "We heard you're getting a scholarship," said the headman. "You're going places." Za felt shy with all the attention, but deep down he felt something stronger: hope. If he could do this, what else could he achieve? A few days later, he received a letter from the scholarship office. He was invited to the city for an interview. Miss Theory helped him prepare. They practiced questions, reviewed his answers, and chose his best clothes. Before he left, she gave him a small notebook. "Write your story," she said. "One day it might inspire others." In the city, everything felt big and new: tall buildings, noisy traffic, and bright lights. But Za stayed calm. He walked into the interview room with confidence. The interviewers asked him many questions about his goals, his family, his challenges. "Why do you want this scholarship?" one of them asked. Za looked them in the eyes and answered, "Because I want to become a teacher and help students like me. I believe every child, even in the poorest village, deserves a chance to dream." There was silence. Then the interviewer smiled. A week later, the final letter arrived. Za had been chosen. He was going to the best school in the region, all expenses paid, books, housing, food, everything was covered. Za held the letter in his hands and cried, not tears of sadness, but of deep, quiet joy. He stood outside his house and looked up at the sky. The stars seemed brighter. The wind felt softer. He whispered to himself, "This is only the beginning." Chapter 9. Giving Back to the Community. Z stepped off the bus and looked around at the village where he had grown up. The dusty roads, the green rice fields, and the small wooden houses all looked the same, but he had changed. After finishing his first year at the new school in the city, he had come back home for the holidays. His bag was full of books, and his heart was full of new ideas. He had learned so much in just 1 year. But now he wanted to do something more. He wanted to give back. The first thing he did was visit his old school. The building still had broken windows. The desks were still scratched and old, but the classroom was full of bright young faces, just like his once was. The children looked at him with wide eyes. They had heard the stories: the boy from the village who passed the exam, the one who got a scholarship. Miss Theory welcomed him with a smile. "The children look up to you now," she said. "They need someone like you." Za didn't hesitate. "Can I help teach them during my break?" he asked. So every morning, Za returned to the classroom, not as a student, but as a helper. He taught English, helped with math, and even shared tips on how to study. He told the students stories of the city, of the school where he now studied, and how hard work had brought him there. The students listened closely. They started trying harder. They asked more questions. They stayed after class for help. One little boy said, "I want to be like you, Koza." Za smiled. "You can. You just have to believe and work hard." But Z didn't stop at the school. In the afternoons, he helped his parents on the farm. He repaired the broken fence and helped his mother carry water. He even showed his father a new way to grow vegetables that he had learned in a science class. In the evenings, he organized a small study group at the village monastery. Children and teenagers came with their books. Some of them had no electricity at home, so Zaw brought candles and helped them study under the soft, flickering light. At first, only a few kids came, but soon more joined. The room was full of laughter, learning, and hope. Even the village elders noticed. One of them said, "He left to learn, but he came back to teach." Za felt proud, but not for himself, for his village, for his people. He knew he was not the only one with dreams. Many children had the same fire in their hearts, but they needed someone to light the way. One day, Z gathered the children under a tree and gave a small talk. "I was just like you," he said. "I had no special gifts. I was poor. I failed once, but I didn't give up. And now I'm learning in a place I never thought I'd reach. You can do the same. Start small, keep going, and one day you'll fly." The children clapped. Some even cried. Parents began to thank Zaw. One mother said, "My son never cared about school before, but now he studies every night. Thank you for waking up his dream." Zaw felt something deep inside. It was more than happiness. It was purpose. He knew now that success was not only about going far, it was also about coming back and lifting others. Before he returned to the city, the villagers gathered to give him a simple gift, a wooden pen holder made from a local tree. On it, they had carved a few words, "For the one who came back with light." Za held it in his hands and promised himself, "No matter where I go, I will always return. I will always help." His journey had started with a dream. Now it had become something greater, a mission to change lives, one child at a time. Chapter 10. The Real Meaning of Success. Reflect on what he learned. Success is not money or fame. It's growth, belief, and helping others. Years passed. Z had finished school, become a teacher, and even written a small book about his life. People in other villages knew his name. Some students traveled long distances just to study in his classroom. His old school had grown too. It had more books, better chairs, and brighter students. But even as life changed, Za stayed simple. He still lived in the village. He still helped his parents in the garden. He still walked to school every morning with a smile. One evening, after a long day of teaching, Za sat alone outside his small home. The stars shone brightly above. The air was quiet, and the only sound was the soft wind moving through the trees. He looked up at the sky and began to think. "What is success?" he asked himself. When he was young, he thought success meant escaping the village, becoming rich, or living in the city. He thought success was big houses, shiny cars, and being famous. But now, after everything he had lived, he understood something different. Success was not about money or power. It was about growth. How far he had come from the scared boy who once failed. It was about belief, how he kept going when everyone laughed. And most of all, it was about helping others, lifting others up so they too could chase their dreams. He remembered the young boys and girls who now filled his classroom. Some had no shoes, some came hungry, but their eyes were full of dreams. Za saw himself in them, and when they smiled or understood a new word, it felt like magic. That, he thought, was real success. One day, a news reporter came to visit the school. She had heard about the teacher from the village who had inspired hundreds of students. "Do you feel successful now?" she asked. Za smiled gently. "Yes," he said, "but not because of what I have. I feel successful because I never gave up, because I helped others, and because I wake up each day with purpose." The reporter nodded. "What advice would you give young people?" Za thought for a moment and then said, "Believe in yourself, even when no one else does. Work hard, be kind, and remember, success is not something you take, it's something you give." After she left, Za walked back to the classroom. The children ran to him, laughing and calling, "Teacher! Teacher!" He laughed with them and picked up a piece of chalk. Another lesson was about to begin, but inside he knew the most important lesson was already written, not on the board, but in his life. Success is not a destination, it's the journey. It's becoming better than you were yesterday. It's lifting others as you rise. It's staying true to who you are, no matter how far you go. And in that quiet moment, surrounded by smiling children and a simple village, Za felt something he would never forget. He had truly succeeded. Thank you so much for watching and listening today. I hope you enjoyed the story and found it helpful for your English practice. Remember, improving your English takes time and patience, but every word you read and every sentence you listen to brings you closer to your goal. If you like this video, feel free to watch it again or practice speaking along with the story. Repeating and listening multiple times can really help you remember new words and improve your pronunciation. You can also try writing your own sentences or telling the story in your own words. That is a great way to build confidence. Learning a new language is not always easy, but it is very rewarding. Stories like this one not only help you improve your skills, but also teach important lessons about life and success. Keep believing in yourself and keep practicing every day. Small steps make big changes. If you want to keep learning, I have many more videos with interesting stories and useful English lessons. Be sure to check them out and continue your journey. Your hard work will pay off. Thank you again for spending time with me today. I am proud of you for choosing to learn and grow. Keep practicing, stay motivated, and never give up. English is a skill you can master, and I'm here to help you along the way. Have a wonderful day, and I hope to see you in the next video. Goodbye for now, and keep learning.